traditions and advanced education system. Before we begin, I request all the delegates, students and faculty members and today's attendees to ensure the registrations for today's Indo-Japan Education Conference. If you have not done it yet, the registration desk is set right outside, requesting you to kindly do the needful. I request all the guests and dignitaries to occupy the seats reserved in front row of my right side of the auditorium and media representatives to join on my left side. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers and my dear students, a warm welcome to the highly anticipated Indo-Japan Education Conference. If you are not registered yet, kindly do the needful. It is a truly honor to have gathered today for this significant event that brings together the intellectual prowess of two nations with rich cultural heritage and a shared commitment to advancing education. This conference serves as a platform for collaborative discourse, fostering dialogue and exchange between scholars, educators, and experts from both India and Japan. As we embark on this journey of knowledge, sharing, and collaboration, we look forward to the valuable insights and innovative ideas that will undoubtedly emerge, contributing to the enhancement of education and research on a global scale. I welcome you all in this exciting endeavor. The roots of progress of both the nations are seen in well-grounded traditions and cultures. They respect and value their culture and tradition the most. We in India believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and consider the whole world as one family and treat each other with compassion and brotherhood. We also believe in Atithi Devo Bhava and consider our guests as God and welcome and host them wholeheartedly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time to proceed with the ceremony of lighting of the lamp. Taking our traditions ahead, I invite all the dignitaries to the dais for proceeding with lighting of the lamp. Yes. I request the Honorable DCM Toshiro sir to join us for this ceremony. Mr. Koji Sato, our Vice Chancellor Dr. R.M. Chitnis sir, Professor Shrabani Roy Chaudhary, Professor Sujit Kesena, and Mr. Sunil Kulkarni. Yes, I welcome IGBC President B.Gdeshmukh sir on the stage. Before we embark upon today's journey, let us pray together for world peace. I request dignitaries on the dais and all the attendees to stand peacefully as we listen to the world peace prayer. I now request the technical team to play the world peace prayer.
प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवा तूची गणेशु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारी गोजी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you so much, everyone. I request you to please take your seat. To begin with our today's event, I invite Mr. Sudhir Jaiswal, Chairperson, Higher Education and Research Committee, Indo-Japan Business Council, for an overview. Over to you, sir. Yes.
Good morning. Honorable Mr. Toshihiro Kaneko, Deputy Chief Mission, Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai. Sri Rahul Kadar, Managing Trustee and Executive President, Mayas MIT Group of Institutions and Executive President, MIT World Peace University, Pune. He is not here present at this stage. He has some other appointments. Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitnis, Vice Chancellor, MITWPU, Pune. Dignitaries, students, research and faculty members, Chairman of IJBC and other member IJBC, dignitaries and dais, advisors of HERC, guests, and all the dear participants from whichever part of the world you are attending this program. Good morning and a warm welcome on behalf of HERC IJBC and MITWPU. Thank you so much for giving your time to come here and attend this conference. It's actually my pleasure, more than pleasure, it's my honor to talk about this conference which is going to kickstart in a while. HERC is a committee basically, and the education conference is a flagship program of HERC of IGBC. And I will take few minutes to talk about what HERC is and what are its mandate, where its focus area. We already had conducted a HERC conference last year in Pune only. It was a half-day session. We had a very good response on that, and encouraged by that, we are conducting this full-day education summit this time. So can we see the presentation? You can move it manually. Yeah. Yeah, next slide. This India-Japan conference is organized by Higher Education Research Council that you know. This is a part of IJBC. To start with, IJBC is an entity which is largely focused on synergizing India and Japan engagement in the area of business, trade, education, and culture. We believe that basically education and business are two strong pillars of society, and we picked up one pillar, that is education, and formed HERC, Higher Education Research Committee. The purpose of HERC on a higher level is to provide a platform which promotes university ties between Japan and India, student exchanges program, research and development, academic excellence in the area of humanities, art, culture, science and technology. This is the larger goal of HERC. Good, next slide. Our purpose basically is to focus primarily on building strategy, set the directions. It is a not-for-profit organization in the field of education and research. So what we do is that we intend to disseminate information, create awareness among students, researchers, faculty members, and identify and understand the policy of two nations in the field of education, because two countries have a different education pattern. We try to understand what are the policies and where we can bring synergy and create awareness among the students. Also to identify and create opportunity for practical exchanges, and identify opportunities and challenges in the whole process. Challenges in taking admission, career, immigration, life in general. All right, go to next slide. So therefore, our focus is to work on the matters which is going to help to grow the people-to-people connect. So the key area is to build people-to-people connect, because the different connect happens at the government level, corporate level, but real issue is the ground level people-to-people connect, and that's where we intend to work. And the matter which students care about, that the education and career are a key thing for students when they talk about two countries. And can we find a common ground between education institute of two countries. Also, among all this, the real focus is the North Star we don't want to forget is the matter which is core to India and Japan relationship. One point we'd like to highlight that there are many entities and institutions working in this space, so we intend to collaborate with them, we intend to complement them, not to disturb any other activity going on by various institutions. So to give an example, you see during the course, JETRO is an active organization working here, and they are promoting a career forum in Japan, and you will see the pamphlet today. And we aggressively help them and support them, and they also work with them in this space. All right. Go to next slide. So our action items for HERC, since it is just 2 years old to work as a think tank, is basically to work on higher education and research and disseminate knowledge through various activities, which is going to be bi-directional, no India, no Japan, both ways. All right. So you see the speakers today are coming from both from Indian institutions and Japanese institutions. So one is the introduction of IJBC to Indian and Japanese university, first thing, create webinars so that the information is disseminated, publication of articles, panel discussion and conferences, this is one of them, and delegation to India and Japan, student delegation, researcher delegation, and support thus various government and the other institutions in this space. Okay. That's all about HERC and IGBC. If you need more about it, we can talk about it. Now, coming back to today's conference, as I said, this serves as a platform for students and academicians to come together to explore various opportunities we have in Japan and India, so that they know the landscape of the top universities in Japan, where they can study, where they can think of scholarship, where they think of career development in those universities. We have a good mix of, in this conference today, you'll see it's a very packed agenda, but good mix of academicians, subject matter experts, industry leaders, to give you a precise, their personal experience and what is there for students to take away from here, okay? So we intend to focus upon the collaboration between two countries, the career education prospects, what you can take away from here today's conference. And you'll hear from eminent personalities who have worked in Japan and India context, and they have very good understanding of cultural, educational, and industrial aspects of two countries, which is going to be more practical than theoretical for you, all right? So I would like to highlight one aspect. For example, when we talk about career education, Japan is highlighting, putting a lot of emphasis on digitalization and automation. All right, so there is a lot of scope for Indian students to get a job, but the question is how to get a job. Apart from, let us say, education conference like this, as I mentioned, JETRO is actively promoting the, some career forum, which is one of the career forum is there on 30th November, for students to see that what all universities are there, what kind of hand-holding can be done for the immigration purpose, or any other challenges they face to live and study and make a career in Japan. So thank you so much for coming here, and all the dignitaries for giving your time here. I will not take more time and request for the kickoff of the session today. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for helping us with the overview for today's conference. Without further ado, let us proceed with today's guests' felicitation. I request the dignitaries on dais to felicitate our today's guests, and I request student volunteers on stage, committee members, to smoothly bring in the felicitation kit one after the other. Put your hands together for Honorable Toshiro Kaneko, Deputy Chief of Missions, Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai. Big round of applause, guys. Big round of applause for Mr. Koji Sato, Director General, the Japan Foundation. Big round of applause, guys, for Mr. Koji Sato, Director General, the Japan Foundation. Join me in round of applause for our Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Big round of applause for Professor Shabani Roy Chaudhary, Japanese Division, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Shabani Roy Chaudhary, Japanese Division, School of International Studies, JNU. Thank you so much. We have with us today Professor Sujit K. Sinha, Professor from IIT Delhi. Thank you. Put your hands together to felicitate Professor Sujit K. Sinha, Professor from IIT Delhi. Okay, I shall do that. let us felicitate Director General, the Japan Foundation, Mr. Koji Sato. Big round of applause for Mr. Koji Sato, Director General, the Japan Foundation. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Mr. Sunil Kulkarni, CEO, Fideltech Software. Put your hands together for Mr. Sunil Kulkarni, CEO, Fideltech Software. Now. Put your hands together for the President of IJBC, B.Gdeshmukh sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to please take the front row seats of the auditorium as we proceed with today's sessions. Yes. Join me to invite our mentor and inspiring personality, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, sir, our Vice Chancellor, for the welcome address. Put your hands together, guys.
Good. Me. May I? Yeah. Good morning and namaskar to all of you. Honorable Deputy Chief of Mission of the Consulate General of Japan, Mr. Toshihiro Kaneko, dignitaries on the dais, on behalf of Founder President UNESCO Chair, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, on behalf of Dr. Rahul Vishwanath Karad, Executive President of MIRS MIT Group of Institutions, all the trustees of MIRS, faculty, staff, and students of MIT World Peace University, I extend warm welcome to all of you who have gathered here for the Indo-Japan Education Conference jointly organized by the Consulate General of Japan, Mumbai, India-Japan Business Council, and MIT World Peace University with the kind assistance of Japan Foundation, New Delhi. Friends, the prime objective of this important education conference is to showcase the treasure of opportunities that this mighty country, Japan, offers to aspiring students, those who are sitting in front of us. You know, Japan is called land of rising sun, but Japan is also a country which has successfully crossed numerous hurdles, natural as well as man-made, and come out of triumphantly every time that it faced a challenging situation. You may be aware that most of the country's terrain is made of mountains, and the majority of the population is situated on the coastal areas. So the challenge that began from the origin itself went on to frequent earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and they came out with world war which devastated Japan very badly with the first atomic aggression. But in spite of all these odds, today we see Japan as the third largest economy of the world. And the astonishing fact is that it is at 62 in terms of size of the country. So before we talk anything else, let's give a very big round of applause for the Japan as a nation. Let's big round of applause for Japan as a very successful nation. And it is not surprising that the education system in Japan has incorporated all those challenging factors so that the students can learn to deal with them right from their childhood. One such training to the Japanese school children is their preparedness in case of earthquake, a natural calamity which Japan faces almost every day. In general, as I understand, Japan believes in 7 life-transforming concepts which can bring about the necessary positive change in its people. Let's learn them. One is Kaizen, seeking continuous improvement. Don't say at any point of your life, even if you are 80, 90, 100 year old, that I have done everything and I know everything. Kaizen, 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 continuous improvement, every moment I go ahead. Ikigai, finding a purpose in your life. Ikigai, finding purpose in your life. Obitory, avoiding comparison with others. Wabi sabi, embracing imperfection. Hara hachi bu, eating until you are 80% full and then stop. Don't eat 100% and don't overeat at all. Shikata ga nai, accepting what you cannot change. Let it be. The benefits of Japanese concept are also reflected in their longevity, their fitness, their productivity, creativity, and happiness. For appraising our esteemed guest, we at MIT World Peace University have made it our motto to impart a value-based and holistic education for life transformation of our students to become responsible global citizens. For the students community, Japan provides great opportunity in terms of education, in terms of technology, research, development, culture, and living standards are much higher. This education conference will provide a platform for students to explore range of higher education opportunities or working opportunities in Japan, subject like education and career in Japan, dynamics of India-Japan partnership, research and scholarship opportunities, admission procedure, India-Japan collaboration in engineering research would be touched upon through presentations after this, and there would be separate case studies also. It is also features a Japan Facilitation Center which will provide a round of help for students. I formally declare that MIT World Peace University will start Japan Facilitation Center on this very campus. This will be the first of such kind in this part of country. And look who are there with us today. Representatives of top leading universities in the world, those who are of Japanese universities, University of Tokyo, San, I'm aware of your university, one of the top-notch university in the world, and it is my pleasure, and your presence here will definitely pave a way for our students. Arigato gozaimasu. Asia Pacific University, APU, Asia Pacific University, arigato gozaimasu. International University of Japan, International University of Arigato. Kansai University. Kansai is coming online, I think. Oh, he is reaching. And then Shimen University. Now, put together, these top universities coming together in one place is a very rare thing. And there are many students from out of MITWPU. And there are many students from WPU sitting here. And please try to accept this line which I am saying. Japan means discipline. Japan means seriousness. And also what we have in common, MITWPU means discipline. MITWPU means seriousness. So these two values are coming together. Around the day in this hall, only those students will be there, those who want to do something in their life, they will be very serious and show the best of the best disciplinarian face of yours. Friends, Japan is also well known for just in time, so when this education conference gives our students, teachers and parents the best opportunity to explore the education and career opportunities in Japan, it is beneficial to the students to act as fast as just in time to take the right decision. We hope that Indo-Japan Education Conference will provide right guidance and right awareness to the curious minds of our young students. As I understand, there are some very basic differences between Indian education system and Japanese education system, right from the admission process, the academics during the course, and opportunities post-education. We hope that this Indo-Japan Education Conference will address all those issues diligently, and at the same time, it is our appeal to all the Japanese representatives who have come here to observe Indian education system too, especially on the backdrop of recently introduced national education policy by Government of India, with rapidly evolving and developing curricula, teaching pedagogies and methodologies. Today, we are at the threshold of providing education for life transformation. So we invite Japanese students to come to India and study in our particular country, which is known as Incredible India, maybe on our campus or any other university in India. Before I conclude, let me also say that Sunil Kulkarni ji is here from Tokyo. Sunil ji has 2 IT companies, if you can just wave our students. Sunil Kulkarni is owner of 2 IT companies, and in addition to that, Sunil Kulkarni ji is owner of 2, 3, 4 restaurants in Tokyo. I had opportunity to have dinner in his restaurants maybe 4 years back, and outstanding food, Indian food. And then he arranged to invite 25 Indian, those who work in Japan from different part of Tokyo or Yokohama, and we spent evening, Rahul Karad, myself and so many other Indians working in Japan. 2, 3 things. One is prepare your passport. 2, apply for visa. 3, apply for admission. 4th, learn Japanese. There are levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you should have proficiency in Japanese. It's good. Not that all courses are in Japanese. They do have English courses too. Then learn about the kind of discipline they have. It's not 9 to 5 job, 8 hours. It's every day 12 hours. Be ready for such challenges. When I was there in Tokyo, and once, then another time in Yokohama, and then 3rd time in Tokyo, I met a lot of MIT students there. And MIT students took me for evening tea snacks, because only that time was available. And I asked them, what is the difference between going to US and going to Japan? And this particular answer came, sir, when you go to America, Saturday, Sunday is off, you don't have to work. When you go to America, it is 9 to 5, 8 hours you work and then you get out. But in Japan, it's like a family. The office is like home, it's your family. And we start working here on our own without any pressure for not less than 10 to 12 hours every day. And the pay packets are much, much more. And they take care of your next 3 generations. That was the answer. Not only you, not only your would-be spouse, not only your would-be children, but their children also. Now that is what is missing in America. If you work for some American company for 10 years, next day you may get a letter saying goodbye, we don't want you. But that is not there in Japan. So that kind of a long-term relationship, healthy relationship, is there in Japan as a family or culture. And I expect the similar kind of a relationship between MIT and these universities. My son, my son's son, my grandson, all should be, connected to you through this day. That with this expectation, I would like to stop here and say that for our parents and students and faculty, platform is now open, and let's go for technical sessions. And then at the end, you please ask questions. No question is silly question. People who want to go ahead in life, they do ask questions. That question may be very, very simple. You may feel it's silly, but it may help you and many other people at the same time. With this, I would like to thank IJBC Siddhartha Deshmukh ji, I would like to thank IJBC Chaudhary ji and our Shraddhanjali to President of IJBC, Mr. Atre-san, who is no more here. We lost him in Corona. And for all the students and faculty, this association is IJBC, and our association, DCM-san, is going for last 4 years. And we met last year also in such, but the association is last 4 years. And for last forthcoming many years, this relationship should go on. We will retire, we work at certain age, we attain, we will retire. Your colleagues also will retire as they attain certain age. But two big brands, India and Japan, should come together, and they will show the light of knowledge and wisdom to rest of the world. With this, I once again thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you so much, sir, for the motivation and guidance you have given for our students. Now, I invite Honorable Mr. Toshihiro Kaneko, Deputy Chief of Mission, Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai, for his keynote speech. Yes, please.
Vice Chancellor Chitnis, MIT World Peace University, Mr. Deshmukh, and Mr. Chaudhary, Indo-Japan Business Council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all the younger generations, many students here present today. मेरा नाम तोशिहिरो कानेको, Chief Consul और Deputy Chief of Mission, Deputy Consul General, Consulate General of Japan, MEN, Mumbai. नमस्ते, नमस्कार, आप कैसे हैं? Because I'm from the Japanese diplomatic corps, so therefore I'd like to start talking about a little bit about the importance of the diplomatic relationship between Japan and India. This year celebrates the 76th anniversary of diplomatic establishments between Japan and India. First, I'd like to inspire you to look at Japan from a diplomatic point of view. Why is Japan-India relationship very important in terms of a diplomatic relationship, international relations? It is because friendship between Japan and India is indispensable for world peace and prosperity through the realization of free and open Indo-Pacific FOIP policy, which Japan has been promoting. By connecting East Asia and African continent across Pacific and Indian Oceans with free and open India as the center is a key for stability and prosperity of the international community. In order to materialize such goal, ensuring rule-based international order, including rule of law, freedom, navigation, and overflight, peaceful settlement of disputes and the promotion of free trade is very important. And those values are commonly shared by both Japan and India. For the purpose, I would like to remind you that the initiative taken by Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida during the bilateral summit meeting with Prime Minister Modi in New Delhi in 2022, promising the target of 5 trillion yen, approximately equal with the 3.2 trillion Indian rupee, public and private investment and financing from Japan to India. Japan is earnestly looking at India. Now I'd like to talk about why western part of India is very important to Japan by looking at the historical point of view towards now. As you can see that on the slide, we have over 1,500 years Japan-India history, and Maharashtra as origin of over 130 years Japan-India modern relations. Could you, yeah. Japan and India shares history continuing over 1,500 years since Buddhism arrived in Japan from India in 6th century. The story of Indian monk opened eyes of giant Buddha in Japanese ancient capital Nara in 752. This is giant Buddha, Great Daibutsu eye open in 752 is a culminating history between two countries, between two people. Japanese now, with that history, look at the similarities between Japanese Buddhism, Shinto, and Hinduism. We worship the same gods with Hinduism. I'd like to introduce to you the examples of those same gods we play in different names. Buddha, Vishnu, Kishoten, and Lakshmi, Daikokuten, and Shiva, Kangiten, and Ganesha. So, we have more than 30 gods, same gods we play for together with you, Indian people. That tells you the over 1,500 years history between two nations. Now I'd like to touch on the modern history between Japan and India. Our two countries' relationship started from Mumbai in the 18th century. The historic impressive event which took place was the 1893, when Nippon Yusen Company and Tata Group opened up a regular shipping route between Mumbai and Kobe. With that shipping route, both countries started in a cotton trading business. And Japan and India created Asian-owned trade market. We entered Japan-India cotton trade contract. And in 1894, our Japanese Consulate General Office in Mumbai was established as the first diplomatic mission of Japan in India. At that time, Japanese companies, trading companies, even went to purchase cotton to Madhya Pradesh. So we were deep into India. We had over 3,000 Japanese nationals resided in Mumbai vicinity, and now Japanese population in Mumbai area, Maharashtra, Pune will be about 1,000. So we had over 3 times larger Japanese populations before the wartime. That tells you how our two countries' relationship in Asia, the pursuit for our independence and self-reliance collaborated between two countries. Now you can discover, recently I've been doing research about that history in modern history and discovered many historic facts remain in Mumbai area. As you see that the Japan Cotton Trading Co. Mumbai company is placed the old company building, ruin, exists under the land of Mumbai Port Trust. And this company was formed by many Japanese trading houses which even now exist. Then this company mainly succeeded by Sojitsu company now. Then Japanese Gymkhana, even Japanese Gymkhana existed in Mumbai. This is located just next to Woodhouse Gymkhana and the Victoria Ladies Gymkhana in Mumbai. Unfortunately, this building was demolished. I think probably because of the war, sad history. Then Japanese house building apartments located in Colaba, Mumbai. That's where I think that the Thai restaurant, Nara Thai restaurant, is now housing in, where many Japanese nationals from Japanese companies, as well as my colleagues from Japanese consulate, lived in this building. Then this building, one of the Irani cafe, Mumbai, I still have not been able to specify which building it is, but I think that top left, this small building, which used to be the Japanese bank. I could find out MUFG, Mitsubishi UFJ Bank, at that time Yokohama Species Bank, and also Sumitomo Bank. Those two banks were, existed, had operations in Mumbai too. Then you find Japanese hotel, Kikuya Hotel. That's next to, just close to the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel in Mumbai. So those historical sites tell you how Japanese communities existed in Mumbai since 19th century. Then now this leads to the current recent history. Now I'd like to introduce, now in Mumbai there is a Japanese Nipponzan Myohoji temple in Wari, which in 1930s, the Japanese monk of this grand master of this temple introduced, conveyed to the your Prime Minister Modi ji about the three wise monkey stories. I'm sure that you all know that Mahatma Gandhi's iconic three wise monkeys statuette placed at Gandhi Ashram in the Gujarat, but those three wise monkeys were presented by the Japanese monk in 1930s. Then that story say Blamat Deko Blamat Sno Blamat Kaho Mizaru see no evil, Kikazaru hears no evil, and Iwazaru speaks no evil. This philosophy was conveyed to Mahatma Gandhi's in 1930s. Then this Japanese cemetery enshrines Japanese nationals demised since 19th century. You can see the names enshrined and a year passed away or carved at the back of this cemetery stone. And this one is more sort of recent history, but Yokohama garden, Japanese garden, is donated to Baikara Zoo. And Yokohama city started sister city relationship with Mumbai since 1986. And there are many sister relationship between local governments of Japan and India exist in this region. And Maharashtra is sister state with Wakayama prefecture. Then here Pune is with Okayama prefecture. And Mumbai, Yokohama, as I mentioned. And recently, Osaka city has initiated exchanges. Now, as you might heard, that there are projects ongoing in Maharashtra. We have assistance of Japanese official development assistance by Japanese government ongoing in Maharashtra. Then you might have heard that the next slide, please. Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed railway MASR project, which connects between Ahmedabad and Mumbai in, I think, 2.5 hours by over 320 kilometers bullet train Shinkansen. And the next project is Mumbai Metro Line 3 projects. This is a picture from the test run together with the Chief Minister Shinde and the Deputy Chief Minister Fadnavis at that time. But this runs from BKC. That's the end station of high-speed railway. Then down to Kaf Parade in the south of Mumbai, so which will connect from Gujarat to Mumbai south all the way by one line. And those public transportation systems which Japan has been supporting will greatly contribute to the environmental improvement and protections by reducing the exhaustion of the carbon dioxide. Then here, the final project I would like to mention is that very much related to Pune. Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, MTHL, connecting Mumbai to inland, which connects to Pune. Currently, it took about 4 hours over from traveling from Mumbai to Pune by car yesterday, which I came, but it will reduce around 2 hours travel time from Mumbai to Pune. So here, Pune will be much closer. These projects, except for the high-speed railway, the Maharashtra state government had been working on completing by year end, but the recent newspapers telling that it might be postponed until maybe March. But soon, there will be a dramatic change, which Japan has been supporting. So as I mentioned that Japan and India have a lot of commonalities and connections historically. I sincerely appreciate your kind interest about Japan. Thank you very much for MIT World Peace University for your kind initiative to establish and launch the Japan Center, which we very much appreciate, which we hope that it will lead to the establishment of the degree program of Japan Studies Japanese languages. And if you'd like to explore about Japan more, I'd like to invite you to look at our Japanese consulate's website, Facebook, and X, former Twitter, SNS account information, so that you'll be able to connect yourself with us more. Now, I'd like to finish the part of the history, and briefly, I'd like to talk about the study in Japan. Now, I'd like to mention that the number of international students in Japan, studying in Japan, is approximately 230,000 people. On the contrary, Indian students studying in Japan in 2021 statistics is about 1,500. This contrasts the number of Indian students studying all over the world, which is 150,000. So we'd like you to go to study in Japan more. As you see that what is the advantage of studying in Japan? Japanese Nobel Prize winners, we have a lot. Number of Japanese universities are ranked in the top 1,000 in the world ranking. We have a lot. And as you might see that Japan is famous for technology, probably in your observation that the number of industrial robots in operation, second in the world, and a number of exported automobiles. Many of the Japanese automobiles are also produced in India too. And especially young generation, the students might like the literature, like Murakami Haruki, and pop culture, manga, animations, and also, of course, the traditional culture, which you can see in the slides. Culture, nature, food, and I'd like to emphasize the safetiness of Japan. I'd like to you to know that, be aware that it's very safe to study in Japan. Now, the higher, educational system in Japan, I just like to introduce a little bit. We have 6 years primary elementary school, and 3-year junior high school, 3-year high school, and 4-year college. That's the regular, normal educational system up to higher education. So total 16 years. And I understand that in India, primary elementary 4 or 5, plus junior high school, junior and high school, 4 years total, plus maybe 2 years preparatory prior college education. So until the time of you graduate, it's 10 years, I think. Then plus 3 to 4 years college educations. So if you like to study in Japan and apply for the colleges, you might be asked to satisfy the number of years you studied in under formal educations. So please check it out. And the way, what's the steps to study in Japan? You can check the website from the QR codes. I think you can find that variety of places in this venue. The QR code seats are, okay, so yes, in front. So you can get those seats after so that you can see all of the information on the slides through the QR codes. Then next page, I'd like to emphasize the tuition price for studying in Japan. I think that it's moderate. Like a national university, 1 year tuition is about 600,000 yen, which equals about, I think, 300,000 rupees a year. If you study at the European or American universities, it costs, I think, 10 times more for tuition only. But Japanese universities, the tuition price is less. That will be very beneficial and worthwhile studying in Japan, regardless of the fact of that you might need to study Japanese language. Including private universities, it will not go 1/5. It will go less than 1/5 of the studying European and American universities. Then the living cost for students is also not expensive. As you can see that 93,000 yen per month, it's very minimal kind of standard which shown, but it's equals with the about 50,000 rupee a month. People think that Japan is expensive, but if you get to be used to the way Japanese people survive or live in Japan, it's not expensive, which if you go to study in Japan, many of your friends and your colleagues will be able to teach how you can live. And we have scholarship, financial aid. I'd like to emphasize the Japanese government scholarships offered through our embassy in New Delhi as well as the consulate. So from here, you can inquire my consulate general office or the embassy in New Delhi. There are undergraduate program, graduate program up to PhD programs, technical studies, Japanese language and Japanese culture. We have a variety of categories of Japanese government scholarships. And finally, the number of students who are employed and in Japan is very much increasing, as you see on the slide. In the end, I'd like to mention a little bit that maybe many of you who are not familiar with Japanese language might think that studying Japanese language might be a hurdle for studying in Japan. But if you think about like Germany, France, Italian and other European companies where you are going, you would also need to study those languages. So if you think from that kind of point of view, studying Japanese together with French, German, Italian and other European countries, that will be your advantage. In addition to the knowledges, you will be able to acquire additional tool of communication with people. So studying in Japan is not difficult. That will give you very much advantages for you to expand your horizon towards the future. Yes, so that's all for my speech. And thank you very much, Dhanyavad, and wish you a good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the valuable information and guidance you have given to our students today. Dear students, we have with us many universities and many representatives who will be sharing a lot of information about their respective universities, the academic programs, the scholarships, and various opportunities for you after this particular session. So stay with us, and with this, now I would like to proceed with this Japan Facilitation Center, which was announced by our guest and respected Vice Chancellor, Sir. This aims to bring awareness and knowledge about education, career, and business opportunities in Japan. It will be bringing new collaboration for MITWPU and its students. The center will be for all the faculty members and the students of our university. The primary objectives of this facilitation center are Japanese language training, Japanese culture awareness, providing information on education and career opportunities, yearly student exchange and immersion programs, university collaborations, etc. A formal notification of the same will be circulated soon once finalized and approved by concerned authorities. The center stands a testament to our commitment to fostering international collaborations and promoting cultural exchange. Japan holds a unique place in the world of education, innovation, and technology, and the establishment of this center aims to facilitate a seamless bridge between our institutions and the rich academic landscape of Japan. Dear students, I request you to maintain silence and be seated at your place. Japan holds a unique place in the world of education, innovation, and technology, and establishment of this center aims to facilitate seamless bridge between our institution and rich academic landscape of Japan. Through this center, we aspire to provide a dedicated space for students, researchers, and faculty to engage in collaborative initiatives, research projects, language exchange programs, and various other opportunities that will deepen our understanding of Japanese culture and further strengthen the contributed to the realization of this initiative, and we look forward to the fruitful collaborations and cultural enrichment that will undoubtedly emerge from the activities of the Japan Facilitation Center. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guest and member of academic community, it is with great pride and excitement that we announce the launch of the MIT Japan Facilitation Center, and as a symbol, we are going to have a ribbon cutting ceremony here on the dais. For the same, I invite our Vice Chancellor, Sir, MITWPU, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, Sir, Dr. Preeti Joshi, Associate Dean, External Relations, Mr. B.Gdeshmukh, President, Indo-Japan Business Council, Honorable Toshihiro Kaneko, Deputy Chief of Mission, Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai, Mr. Koji Sato, Director General of Japan Foundation, Mr. Sudhir Jaiswal, Chairperson, Higher Education and Research Committee, IJBC. I request all the dignitaries to join us on the dais for the ribbon cutting ceremony. Oh, no, sure, sir. हाँ, go. Come this side, बेटा. अच्छा, ऊपर, यहाँ जाओ, ऊपर से. Big round of applause. This is a very significant achievement, dear students and faculty members. The first time we are experiencing the movement of Japan Facilitation Center launching in MIT World Peace University. Thank you so much all the dignitaries for your valuable time and joining us on the dais. Now we will be having presentations from the Japan Foundation, who will be talking about the various opportunities in Japan. Then we will be having sessions on various scholarships and career opportunities and various trainings for our students and collaboration opportunities and how to improve your career and job opportunities in Japan, and about language training. Various sessions are lined up right after this. I request further, I invite Mr. Koji Sato, Director General, the Japan Foundation, for his presentation. Big round of applause, everyone. Yes.
Honorable Vice Chancellor and Honorable Vice Deputy Consul Kaneko-san, distinguished dignitaries, Devian Sachnon, Dost, Namaskar. मेरी बात शुरू करने से पहले थोड़ा टेक्निकल बात है। अभिषेक जी, मेरी बात से ज़्यादा वो मेरे अगले वाले प्रेजेंटेशन महत्वपूर्ण है, और इसका पावर पॉइंट अभी ईमेल से भेजा था, तो तैयार कर लीजिए। ओके, हाय, it is a great honor to be here and maybe encourage just all the next generations of Indo-Japan friendship. My name is Koji Sato. Sato is very similar to Santosh, so मेरा इंडियन नाम तो संतोष। मेरे पहले वाले प्रेजेंटेशन में भी बात आई थी कि भाषा सीखना तो मुश्किल काम नहीं है, और बहुत खुशी की बात है, और ऐसे दूसरा भाषा प्राप्त करेंगे तो ऐसे आपस में इतना प्यार से बातचीत कर सकेंगे ना। और तो जापानी भाषा, it's very much congratulatory that today Japan Facilitation Center has been launched in this MITWPU. Actually, I got to know about it just this morning, So very much congratulations. And just all of you, just please just utilize this, platform and start learning the language and culture in parallel just with your disciplines, so that just you will be the, future leaders of progressing Japan-India friendship and relations. Next slide, please. So about the growing importance of Indo-Japan relations just has been already touched upon by Vice Chancellor or Vice Chancellor. So just I will not go into the details. Just our diplomatic relations just has been progressing from the strategic partnership into special strategic partnership, and there are a series of summit meeting or ministerial meeting in the diplomatic level, just, everybody knows that, Japan-India relations are growing, developing, and just, that will facilitate the goodwill of the world community. So I don't go into further, but in the field of diplomacy, there are just FOIP or Quad or Act East. There are lots of agreement, under which just both countries or just people are working on. And in terms of economy, also, just both countries has pledged the infrastructure development and also the investment, just 5 billion Japanese yen in next 5 years. So what I want to stress upon is that just, who will just go ahead, go further, just this initiative by the governments. It's you, well, we, people, and just I like to stress that there are specialists just in the, senior or, middle-ranged field of society or business. But still, just I'd like to say that specialists who work on really that's all what I want to say, so maybe I can stop now, but just please go to the next slide. But just, maybe I'd like to say that thresholds, just, that you will enter into the, journey to be a specialist are many. Maybe if you really are curious about languages or cultures, maybe let's start learning the language first. So now just the facilitation center just may have the, full-fledged language course under which maybe you will attain the proficiency, maybe up to the level of my Hindi or more. Okay. Actually, of course, just getting the maybe N5 or N4, just climbing up the ladder, is very much hard, a long journey. But just please enjoy. Let's enjoy learning, this journey, and just really just go into just higher level. Just please be ambitious. Just if you really wanna, work on the front line, just maybe you need a, very higher level of proficiency, like a N2 minimum, So let's be ambitious to reach the N1 or more, okay? And later on, just I will say that we, Japan Foundation or Japanese government, just have lots of just helping scheme, to encourage you. And just if you are really, kind of academic minded people, just why not just pursuing the Japanese studies or area studies, just in which Japan is also just included. In India, there are a certain number of universities that have a BA or MA or more, just PhD courses of Japanese studies, such as Delhi University or JNU. And here in Pune, just, I heard a very good news that the Pune University has just started the master course in this August. And just for celebrating just, this auspicious matter, in this occasion, just I just come together with Professor Takamichi Mito Sensei to just give the special lecture in this afternoon. You know, really we want to encourage the seekers of knowledge on Japan who would be the, you know, real sense of specialists on Japanese studies. And so those specialists just, you know, will just create the next generations, as well as, you know, disseminate or share the knowledge just with the wider public, and also just, you know, become a kind of an influencer, you know, just who will make a policy proposal to the government, just both governments, you know, to really change, you know, to be the change maker. So if you really want to, you know, go in that direction, just why not starting now? Or just, you know, if you are not so much, you know, in Japanese studies per se specific, and you know, go into the each discipline, social sciences or liberal arts or whatever. Just, you know, let's pursue that, and just always just keep in mind that the Japan is also just, you know, the, you know, part of just your scope of how to say, intellectual interest. And just, you know, we, the government or just, you know, social organizations are always just, you know, welcome, not only the, you know, very narrow sense of Japanese studies specialists, but the, you know, wider sense of, you know, specialists who has a wider, great knowledge about Japan. And just, you know, there are various type of issues or concerns that the global community shares. So just, you know, with the participation of all those specialists just in various fields, only just, you know, we, the global community, just can tackle, you know, all those very difficult questions for the future. Last but not the least, of course, just, you know, science and technology just, you know, must be the maybe topmost field that Japan and India just can work together. Just, you know, both countries have a very much strengths, just, or have taken the leading roles. Maybe for that matter, just maybe I will just leave it to the following speakers. And basically, just we, the Japan Foundation, also supports the language and liberal arts and the social science. So just maybe to the next slide, just maybe very quickly introduce about just what we are and what we can do just to help you out to be the, you know, leaders of India-Japan relations. Japan Foundation just is the governmental body just who's working just very closely just with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or Kaneko-san. We have almost 26 overseas offices, and in India, just unfortunately, we have only one center in Delhi, and that's why just I'm just flying here and there, just, you know, every week. But just we are very much just, you know, enthusiastic and energetically just promoting the Japanese culture, language, and mutual friendship. Next slide, please. We have just 3 pillars of programs. Number 1 is just, you know, aimed at maybe disseminating the knowledge about Japan through arts and culture. And the second one is, of course, the promotion of Japanese language education. And the third one is to maybe nourish the specialists on Japan, Japanese studies. Next slide, please. In Pune, also, just we reach out very much frequently, and this year also, just we will conduct a Japanese film festival called JFF. Needless to say, that's just manga or anime just rules the world, and the Indian youth like you just are also quite fascinated just about the latest manga and anime. So we always just include just those contents to entertain you and just help you just gain more knowledge and affinity to Japan. So we just go out and just hold many cultural demonstrations or workshops like calligraphy, origami, or just yukata or whatsoever. Next slide, please. Yeah, so just we do exhibitions. So maybe our just latest exhibition set just will be coming here in Pune. Just I overheard just this morning. Sushi. Yeah, sushi exhibition. Yeah. Thank you very much for hosting just our wonderful exhibition that shows the culinary culture of Japan. Yeah. And we have a Japanese film festival and performances just all over India. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad. And in the field of Japanese language, just for the teachers and institutes, just we are stressing on just training the teachers or just growing the number of teachers in India, so that opportunities just to learn Japanese language will grow in all parts of India. And to the institutions, just we always just go and talk with teachers and administrators, for consultation and provide grants to just lift up the language education. And for the learners, you people, just we develop and provide the very good learning materials, good and fun, And also just we conduct the test, JLPT, N5 to N1, as well as we now recently just started the new test called the JFT Basic. That is, the conditionality just for the new visa status called SSW, Specified Skilled Workers. Likewise, just, we just, provide the exam or test that just, measure just that your reached level of proficiency, so that just, you know your status now and just go further, Hi, next slide, please. Yeah, this is the just part of the teachers trainings. We just make it online, so anyone just who have mastered Japanese language can join in the course to be the good teachers. It's a 360 hours course, and I think just some of the fellows here just who are teaching now also just have mastered this course in the past. Hi, next, please. And this, teaching and learning materials, just please Google it just with Minato space JF. Just you will gain many many easy to learn or fun to learn materials. There are online courses of our JF created textbook called Marugoto, and there are some course to learn Japanese language through manga and anime, or just there are some applis just through which you can learn hiragana, katakana, kanji, those scripts quite easily and fun, And for that Marugoto online course, you will just sign up and then start, and you can really reach the level of N5, N4, maybe N3 तक तो बहुत आसानी से पहुंच जाएगा. Okay, so let's begin today. Okay, and if you have become confident, just go to JLPT. Pune is the city that we hold the JLPT. The Teachers Association called JALTAP just organizes just every July and December. So the next exam is coming very close. Just anyone just who are taking the test? Oh, many. Best of luck. 頑張って. Hi. Okay, so next slide, please. Yeah, this is the Minato, ne? Yeah, just please, Minato plus JF. And just lastly, if you once you acquire the higher level of Japanese language, just if you really want to learn more to be a real sense of specialist, just please serious to learn, and pursue the Japanese studies. Okay, so this is different from that kind of a scholarship. This is sort of just after that, after you learn in university and get the BA or master, then you go for the PhD program, and at the final stage, we support those who write the doctoral dissertation, provide the opportunity to study in Japan for maximum 12 months. And also we provide the grants to the institutes that have a Japanese studies department. And also we conduct lots of online, offline seminars ourselves. Just please go into the Japan Foundation's website. And also we support the Association of Japanese Studies. Very recently, happily, Japanese Studies Institutes in this South Asia region, including India or Bangladesh and Nepal, launched the Association of Japanese Studies called JSASA. And now their website is dramatically opened, and membership is jumping or growing very high speed to become maybe 300-400 right now. And senior scholars have contributed their past thesis or books on PDF on the site to help the next generation, to refer to those past works, and they go into their own studies. And there are other site that regularly conducts the online seminar on various topic on Japanese studies. JSI, Japanese Studies India, and Kizuna India-Japan Study Forum that is run by the Mobusho Scholarship Association of India, MOSAI. Every month, something very interesting is happening. So, if not, you have already become the Japanologist, it's really, full of intellectual stimulus. So please join in. Hi, next slide, please. And not limited to the narrow sense of Japanese, as I say, just we welcome just many more intellectuals who are working on various fields. So Japan Foundation just have launched a new fellowship called Indo-Pacific Fellowship, and for IPO, Indo-Pacific, free and open Indo-Pacific is quite a wide concept, but in order to materialize this, we need the people to work on it, just on the ground, So we support those aspiring people to just go and study, this area. So, the eligibility is just this Quad 4 countries, Japan, Australia, India, and US, right? So we encourage just those candidates to, go to just minimum two other just Quad countries to study, maximum 12 months. And also just, on specific global topic like climate change or disaster mitigation, we collaborate with foreign institutes like East-West Center of Hawaii University or just Australian Institute of International Affairs. We conduct a kind of a short-term group fellowship program, called under the networking fellowship. So just for both programs, just India is eligible. So please join or apply, okay? And just, not limited to the Japanese studies, but is on this wider range of common topic or common issues of the world, just we hold or support many seminars or dialogue, in such topic as listed below. Maybe that's for it, just for my humble speech. And just I'd like to pass on to just my respected senior sensei, Mito sensei, further. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an interactive and valuable session and guiding our students. Put your hands together now for another session. Professor Dr. Tam Mito, Visiting Scholar, Asia Institute, University of Melbourne. He will be talking about India-Japan Convergence for Higher Education.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Takamichi Mito. Currently, I'm the Japan Foundation Visiting Professor of Japanese Studies at JNU, Nehru University, India, as well as I'm affiliated with University of Melbourne. I'm very delighted to be here, and I'd like to say thank you for the leaders of MITWPU University, Japan Foundation, Consul General of Japan, and then all the students and audience. But I'd like to also thank you, the co-organizer, India-Japan Business Council. Although I officially retired from my last employer, Kunsei Gakuin University, in Western Japan, I served as professor in many other universities, including Kyushu University, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Waseda University, before I moved to KGU. And at KGU, I started up a joint collaboration program with JNU in 2011, and I used to bring my students every year for a joint seminar, or sometimes JNU students came and studied with us with the support of the Japan Foundation. And I love India, and I'm delighted to be here to share my experience regarding what the industry, business, governments, universities, and university researchers and students can do to create a brighter future in India, Japan, or in the world. So I'd like to share my experience. One of the areas I've been working on is how to develop the ecosystem to support university-originated startups, students, let's say, joint ventures in Australia, Japan, working with Australia-Japan Business Collaboration Committee in Sydney, or Australian government or embassy in Tokyo. So I'd like to share my experience, but before then, I'd like to just briefly would like to brief you about the importance of technology and universities in making our life safer, more comfortable, more peaceful. First of all, many started to look, or maybe look at, say, China or other economies. Japan seems to be not as attractive as before. However, when we check what Japan has achieved or is doing, it's still a good country to learn from. For instance, among Asia-Pacific countries, Japan has been given, I guess, 29 Nobel Prizes. I don't know, they're good indicators of the level of research in sciences or medicine, but excluding Nobel laureates in peace or literature, 25 Japanese nationals were given Nobel Prizes so far, which is the top among Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific nations. Of course, US is the top, but Japan's record is still, I think, quite shiny. Then the number of research publications, Japan's now the fourth after China, US, Germany. But within top 10% of publications, Japan's ranking is the 10th. It's hard for many Japanese researchers to publish their results in English. It's one of the major reasons, but according to last year's Ministry of Education's white paper on science, technology, and innovation, Japan is ranked as number one in terms of the number of patents granted, followed by US, Germany, Korea, China, France, etc. However, I don't know how they got this figure. When I check other sources, Japan ranked third after China and US. So I have to check the source they used to come to this figure. So to begin with, how important is technology or our knowledge which you learn at the university? and how important are universities in this area. So when we look at how fast the Japanese economy grew, double-digit growth after the war until the early 1970s, it was kind of phenomenal growth. No human beings experienced that kind of, achieved that kind of growth. At the end of the war, Japan's per capita income was about 200 American dollars, or 1,346 US dollars in 1990 US dollar terms. It was only the 11% of the US figure. But between 1946 and 73, the economy grew 9.6% annually and became the third largest after the US and Soviet Union. And by 1990, per capita income in Japan was greater than that in the United States. It's been reversed, unfortunately, but how did Japan achieve such a phenomenal growth? According to economic studies done by experts at Brooklyn Institute, almost 50% of the Japan's high economic growth achieved was a result of new knowledge and technology. You can say how important technology and knowledge is. And over 25% by more money, increased capital input. Just less quarter of the growth was achieved by improved labor input, maybe enhance human resources or more efficient allocation of human resources from the agricultural sector into industry and service sectors. Then in scientific research, who played a major role in Japan? 74% of output has been produced by universities. Universities are very important. Then 14% by government research institutes, and only 4% by industry. It doesn't mean industry or government are not important. Actually, a lot of research done by universities in Japan is done by national universities or grants from the government. And also, although the share of the industry seems very low, but most patents approved among Japanese applications come from the industry. They're very good at commercialization. Now, technology and innovations are very important components of Prime Minister Kishida's economic agenda, Society 5.0. He aims to create Society 5.0 where the cyberspace and the actual physical world are integrated to solve the challenges which we face today. It's the next generation society which will emerge after information-based society 4.0, industrial society 3.0, agriculture-based society 2.0, and hunting society 1.0. Critical to this advancement is the integration of humanities, social, and STEM fields with the help of mega data analysis, which you Indian people excel. But Japan is still good at, we have supercomputer at the Institute of Scientific Research located in the city of Kobe where I live. It is world's most powerful, fastest computer in the last several years. Japan doesn't seem to have enough production facility for ordinary semiconductors because many companies were trying to produce the best in the world and neglected mass market. But we have the most powerful, fastest semiconductors produced in the world, and as a result, we have the most powerful supercomputer in Japan. But society 5.0 will be very diverse, resilient, rich human-centered, sustainable society, and in which diverse well-beings of all the people are realized. And I think we have a lot to learn from India, which is very diverse, accommodating. There are a lot to learn from India. Now, this is the national ranking of university-originated startups in Japan, according to Nihon Keizai Shimbun, published in May last year. Number one is Keio University, followed by Gifu, but sorry, there's a typo error. It should have been 37 and 29%. Okay, and then Tsukuba, one of my alma maters, Ritsumeikan, Kyoto, Tokyo University of Sciences, Kagoshima University, Kagawa University, Osaka University, Tohoku University, my previous employer, Konsei Gakuin University, Kindai University, then Digital Hollywood University, specializing in animation, game development, etc. But when we look at the number of unicorn companies, that means a company, young company, which was set up in the last 10 years, whose value excelled $1 billion American dollars. We have to learn a lot from Indian entrepreneurs. There are 24 unicorns in, companies established in India, but Japan is not very good at it. And I'd like to share what we are trying to do in Australia and Japan. And this is actually an agenda for Australia-Japan Business Collaboration Committee Roundtable, which took place at the University of Technology, Sydney last year. Many from different backgrounds, say Deputy Vice Chancellor from University of Technology, Sydney, then the head of Australia-Japan Business Collaboration Council, Richard Andrews. Then we have some people from RMIT University, Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology University, or University of Melbourne. I also participated. Then Australian Embassy or Foundation for Australia-Japan Studies, and many other business were involved. And we also held Japan version at the startup campus of Google Japan in Shibuya in October last year. And one of the case studies presented here was the company which I support called Strong Room AI. I wonder, can you show the second PowerPoint? And we'll come back to this one. And this, okay, thank you. All right. So this one was presented at the round table last year. Oh, it's, you had it. Sorry? 大丈夫です。Here. So I support this company as company director until April. I gave my position to an Indian businessman in April, so I'm now senior advisor. But I'd like to show you what students may be able to do. So actually, the CEO is my son, Max. He studied history and economics at the University of Melbourne, and he met two other guys on the top. There are four guys. The Max is the second left, and Kirin, he was a master student in computer engineering. Then Chris, the top right, was also IT specialist student at Swinburne University of Technology. They are all first year in the undergraduate or masters. And it's now quite a big company employing about 45 full-time staff. 4 or 5 of them are Indian nationals, naturalized citizens. One of the executive directors is Indian. So it's a very diverse company, and it has developed platform to support pharmacies, hospitals, and aged care using facial recognition technology and AI analytics, which will calculate any excess dosage of medication when some people take different medicines, but some of them may have the same substance, such as, say, painkiller. It may exceed the daily limit, and even paracetamol is very dangerous. It can kill you. I've met someone whose auntie passed away this year with overdosage of paracetamols. She didn't know that different drugs had the same substance. And about 20% of hospital admissions in Australia or US result of either overdosage or conflicting medication or malmedication. So it will help a lot of money for the insurance companies, governments, hospital, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, etc. So it used to be based on paper, but now they use AI facial recognition to recognize who the patient is. In aged care or hospitals, doctors and nurses and caregivers may change all the time, and they may give wrong medication to wrong people. So they are now moving into the British market, and maybe they may come here as well. But this company started in the garage of a home in Melbourne, but in 2010, 2 years after the founding, it got a grant, meaning you don't have to return the money, $30,000 from Swinburne University of Technology. They gave them space for the first time, so they moved out from the garage to the university. The following year, University of Melbourne also selected the company and gave them $20,000 grant. But also the industry recognized, and the Victorian government gave them about $350,000. The Australian federal government gave them research grant, and Australia gave them to expand their business overseas. So these numbers at the time of, January last year. Today, I think 30% of pharmacies in Australia use their platform, and New South Wales public hospitals may use their software in the coming 20 years. So the market value of this company is now more than $100 million. And they have many experts. And I met someone from Osaka University, guest associate professor, Dr. Sadi Vural, was one of the directors. He left now. Then we have many professors and medical experts at Imperial College, London Medical School, NHS, or Monash University, or Toronto on the board. And though I left the board in April, I'm now senior advisor, and my position was replaced by Indian businessman familiar with pharmacy sector in Australia and around the world. So this is what students may be able to do and achieve with the help of universities, governments, and industry, and many institutional investors have invested in strong room AI, almost $10 million to date. So this can be done, and my son or Chris are both now 27 and 6. So I encourage all students to look around and see what can be done. And when you study Japanese studies, for instance, I think we can transplant many things. For instance, I had a food poisoning for the first time in India this time. I've been here once or twice every year, but never happened. But then we need good toilets everywhere. And in Japan, we do have, for instance, convenience store chains where you can just go and use easily. And I think transplanting of convenience store chains may help and save a lot of difficulties and hardships faced by Indian people. I think you can learn a lot and help create brighter future here, learning from Japan. And in Japan, we can also learn a lot from India. You are excellent at fire management, crisis management, and many Japanese companies and students are good at managing kind of routine work. So here we are. Let's collaborate, learn, and build brighter future together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. After this session, I would like to invite Professor Shrabani Roy Chaudhary Japanese Division School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. There are 2 more presentation students after this before we break for the lunch. Put your hands together for Professor Shabani Roy Chaudhary. You need this?
Yeah, I can use it.
Yes.
Which this is the thing. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, IGBC and MIT, for giving me this opportunity to be among young crowd, to attract students to look at Japan. As academics, I had looked into Japan when what Mito Sensei right now said, the economic miracle of Japan was very interesting. And it caught my attention, but more importantly, as I progressed in understanding Japan, I really have worked a lot on trying to understand the way of human discipline that Japan inculcates, and my thesis was basically looking at transferability of those. Since then, things have moved. I have often addressing people with respect to India-Japan relations, which has caught attention of the world, as well as our 2 countries. Currently, if anyone has been following Japan, we usually would start off by talking about the civilizational linkages, etc. But I think today, all of you, the younger generation, would realize that you are sitting in a position where disruptions of many kinds are happening. Political disruptions, Ukraine, Hamas, Gaza, diplomatic disruptions, political power equations being pushed around, whether between China and USA in various forums. You are also very lucky. As things happen, you also see it, hear it through the various social medias. So what do we who have gained experience of being in this world have to offer to you often becomes a question. If you look at this, which is now the theater, the Indo-Pacific theater as we are calling it, in which 2 seas are the important networking zones. So we've moved away from the landmass to the seas, but the seas have states around it. India, Japan are almost like a parenthesis in this Indo-Pacific. This is the fulcrum on which your future is going to be determined. Whether are you going to be an IT specialist or a liberal arts social scientist, many of you will be engaging in various forms to redefine this geographic, redefining it through global commons, like what you've been hearing across these few presentations that you've seen, sustainable development, climate change, etc., or more specifically to the disruptive technology that is consuming India today, and India wants to put its foot firmly in place as being a technological hub. AI, pharmaceuticals. Pandemic gave us certain advantages in those lines, and we should be now pulling ourselves together into it. And this is an opportunity which comes to us essentially because the Indo-Pacific region has not only become a region to be looked in from the point of view of securitizing it with safe water, movement of free goods and services, but also with respect to how we would economically come together as a like-minded nations to put forward an alternative that would be much more useful and a contributor to peace and stability of this region. India-Japan investment, for instance, is a growing synergy between India and Japan. We've seen it since the 2000, when we first inked a global partnership in 2001. In 2006, we made it strategic, in which we included our security concerns and in fact, from 2006 to a larger extent, we've been consuming ourselves towards understanding how we can come together and converge in the pillars of security, economics, and people to people. Why does people to people become important? Becomes all the more relevant as we have moved forward in this relationship. Because convergences that can happen at the government to government level through policies, decisions taken in boardrooms cannot make any impact until and unless we have people to orient themselves towards those kind of policies, which will then find grounds in the ecosystem that is created. And that is why over a period of time between 2015 and today, all our joint statements give a sizable amount of importance to people's exchange, in which we talk about culture, we talk about tourism, we talk about business to business movement of people, but more importantly, we would like the youth to engage themselves. Youth in various forms, whether it is school exchange programs that Japan and India are moving into, or whether it is college students coming and going movement between Japan and India. In fact, every year during their summer, many Japanese students of various universities do come to India backpacking and understanding India through backpacking mode. It's a very, very interesting journey for them because they're used to a very disciplined lifestyle, and here they understand that there is chaos yet discipline. It would be very nice that if we could, over a period of time, and IGBC is really, really working towards this, to create a platform where people can meet on these directions such that more integrations can happen. Let me now take you through what are the opportunities that the India-Japan's vision fulfillment has for you. India as an alternative hub is something that most of you must be hearing in various forums. But it needs strong directions from the business, directions from higher educations, such that there is a synergy that is created between what you people learn and what is needed by the industry. Indian growing rank in business environment with respect to ease of doing business is actually pulling a large number of Japanese firms into our fulcrum. The reason why Japanese firms for often had shied away from India was basically the fear of how to conduct themselves out here. This fear has been eased out by institutions like IJBC and other affiliated companies who work very hard to get Japanese company to understand how to do business in Japan. I think the step up for us now is to produce people who would merge into their way of style of doing things easily. And that is where I think the skill development programs would become very important. While Japan now moves towards de-risking and delinking from China, it was very interestingly looked into as soon as Japan came up with this policy during the pandemic, and one expected a good flow of investment into India. However, that has not been the case. Why have India again lost out to countries like Vietnam and Indonesia? Of course, easy answer for us is closer home, usual cultural affinity, etc. But I think it is high time for India to ask ourselves, can we move beyond our, leaving it to only culture-specific questions, and ask ourselves how we can make ourselves more attractive. After all, Japanese firms did go to USA and Europe. Cultural affinity definitely was much less than what we were. Opportunities, therefore, need to be identified and targeted both by our Indian business houses as well as Japanese. This is the synergy on which the IGBC is planning to work and have been constructively putting things together to enable. But you as an individual would have to peg yourself into the strength of India, which is what is going to be opportunities for Japan. Much talked about demographic profiling, in which we are young and Japanese are getting old, and therefore they need young labor force, and our low-cost labor would be very importantly contributing to their economic revival, is often being told. However, I think where we need to step up and where we are missing the point is how we can gear our skills, capabilities to the way the Japanese companies would like. And this is where I think the current today, the Japan facilitation hub that is being created will be the place where you can interact, get to know how you can develop skill. Government of India, along with Japan, have started skill development programs, which they call technical internship for training programs, where individual people are being trained both in language and skills, and being to provide capacity skill sets to employment in Japanese various sectors, from healthcare and other service sectors to supervisory role in shop floor level. These are small attempts that has been started. It has to gain momentum, and this momentum can happen only if you as an undergraduate or postgraduate students start showing larger interest in going to Japan and studying or working rather than looking at West alone. Remember, West is not going to be the place in future because of my first slide that I put across. It is the Indo-Pacific theater. And in the Indo-Pacific theater, with respect to technology, capital abundance, and advancement in respect to AI and digital, is a place of convergence for both India and Japan. It is this that you people have to, take hold of and try to see where you can peg yourself. Remember, digital and AI is not limited to the STEM studies. It has large significance for even social science and liberal arts study. Gearing up to use this technology for societal good, or what is today being talked about as Society 6.0. In Japan, for us, it is Society 5.0, is where you can contribute. No longer can you as an individual look at a career stream which is going to be open-ended by the time you finish your master's. It is important that your education ends in a narrowed, specific niche area in which you can develop yourself. And for this, what you definitely require is more exposure to the kind of alternatives that you can have while you are studying. And I think this is a kind of institution where you're getting it. Try to make use of it and try to connect with people, which is where there are platforms. Since morning, there are 12 platforms that has been shared. And many more will come during the day. Use those platforms to get right knowledge, think what is best suited for you, and go forward. It is not my place out here to tell you what to do, because this is not a forum for that. But what I would request you, if you're looking at Japan, is to definitely try to learn the language. With the kind of possibilities that you people have in the form of digital or platforms available for language learning, which has made it simpler because you'll waste a lesser time in travel, etc., you can actually manage to do a sufficiently good language learning through that mode before you engage in one-to-one learning or in face-to-face learning program. As a people-to-people's exchange, therefore, I would leave you with these few thoughts. Need for capacity building is completely in your hands. How are you going to build your capacity to put in your CV things that would attract a company is all in your hands. And how you do it is how you position yourself. What kind of a niche you make from your education. Skill India program with Japan initiative is available. It is part of our national skill drive. You can actually see how things are going out there. Maybe you're not really the profile that they are attracting currently, but in future I'm sure it would be moving to that scale. Make in India initiative and Japan's response to it has been tremendous. Large number of manufacturing industries are here. Remember, there are two different ways of looking at how you want to join and work. Japan in companies in India give you a longer life with lesser entry-level salaries than that of the US companies. But what you have is a larger learning and training initiative embedded into their HR policies, which make you a much more technically sound person for future. So it is not always to look at the figure of salary that is being given to you at the time of entry. Do look into what kind of training programs you can have, which will enhance your CV as well as your skill set. I think this particular thing is something that goes amiss during the management students as well as students of language who take up jobs in the companies, be it Japan, be it any other company. So you need to explore higher education in Japan, and as you will see today, there are a large number of very good universities who have come here, and in the second half, you will be exposed to the learning that happens there. Learning is always little difficult when you enter into higher education in an abroad situation because you have cultural constraints which you carry with you. However, as a young adult, I think that is where you people have your strength. You should be flexible enough to imbibe, incorporate culture, and be able to enjoy your stay in Japan. A very safe country, a very friendly country, amazingly youth are very, very oriented towards having fun while learning. So it's a good place to go as a young adult, and I think lots of opportunities await you if you explore higher education in Japan. Way to create, as I've already said, a niche as well as advancing your skill in a good platform. And with going to Japan and studying or working there, actually what you become is an interface between Asia and Europe. You actually end up becoming a true global citizen. With these thoughts, I leave you. We are really running short, so I just kept my presentation to a minimum. We can always discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dear students, put your hands together for Professor Sujit K. Sinha, professor from IIT Delhi. He will be talking about India-Japan collaboration in engineering research, a case study of IIT Delhi, Kyoto University and Kyushu University. Please.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the organizers and all the honorable guests here. And thanks to all the students for coming to this presentation. So I'm from IIT Delhi. And here, basically, I have not prepared any slides. So I'm going to tell you a slightly different thing, which will be like from my own life. So since very beginning, I was very much interested in Japan, and especially the technology side. So I'm sure everybody looks at Japan through technology, and I also did the same. And when I was in my undergraduate, the very first thing that my father bought was a calculator, the calculator made by Casio company, which which still works. Even today it works. So he gifted me in 1985, and even today it works. And I always look at it with lots of pride. I preserve something from the past. So Japan was very fascinating for me in terms of technology. And later I realized, I saw it by my own eyes when I visited Japan. So I, after finishing my master's in India, I actually went to London to do my PhD. And there I started exposing myself to more of Japan, because that was not the internet time. So, being in India, I had very less exposure. So being in London, I had much more exposure to Japan, because there used to be many visitors from Japan, many professors coming from Japan. And I always made sure that I attended their talks and learned about technology. Always it was about technology, but because I am in that area. So I was very fascinated by Japanese technology. Actually, being in London, the very first book I read was Made in Japan, written by Akio Morita of Sony. And I made sure that I read that book. Some of you might have read, or I would suggest you should read that. It's very fascinating story of Akio Morita, how he started from just little bit of ideas after the war to making Sony as the top company. And later I was fortunate enough to actually collaborate with Sony. So I think that it's all starts with our interest. If we are not interested in something, it will not happen to us. So if you are interested in Japanese technology or Japanese culture, I think you have to imbibe, you have to bring a lot of interest in yourself, that you want to learn something new. And for me, Japan stands for innovation. As some of the speakers have said, that Japanese people are very innovative by nature. They innovate on small things which you may not care, but some innovations will be there, and later that innovation will be adopted, adopted in the life, in some products. So that is also important, because if you innovate something and you just leave it there, it is almost no use. So after having innovated something, you must bring it to the application, to your use. And that is how people create some commercial companies, because when you innovate and commercialize, then it becomes a company. So Japanese people have this very innate nature of innovation. And as many of the speakers have said, that they are very disciplined. So which a quality that I liked most, and I try to learn a lot from Japan in general, not just technology, but also their innovativeness, their hard work, and very being precise. Precision is one of the important things, which is very important for technology. So all these qualities have led Japan to grow so much in the technology field in the world. So I think there is a lot of scope for Japan and India to collaborate at people's level, because both countries are supporting peace. So world peace is being supported by India and Japan through various initiatives, and this is very, very important for the world. Especially Japan and India, we are very fortunate that our relations have always been very, very good. And we should build on this relation for the future, both in technology field as well as other than technology fields, so that we can both benefit. People from both countries will benefit. So Very briefly, I will give you some examples how I actually came to Japan. So it was in 1995 that I got a short fellowship. And the fellowship was given by JSPS, Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. This is a very, very important organization, and especially for technology or engineering students, I'm not sure about other field, but for engineering students, you will get a lot of opportunity to visit Japan on JSPS fellowship. So this is the first fellowship I got for 3 months visit to Tohoku University. Tohoku is in the north city of Sendai, and very, very, very beautiful city. So in this 3 months, it brought me a lot of changes, lot of learning about Japan. You know, this was the very first time I traveled in Shinkansen. So that was also very, very exciting for any Indians to travel in Shinkansen. You know, even at that time, Shinkansen, actually, if you travel in today, Shinkansen, it's more or less same. So what has been achieved technologically, what you see today, was already there in 1995. So that much of technological advancement. So just looking at one product, which is the high-speed train, you can see Japan. And in fact, during this 3 months visit, I had opportunity to also visit Shinkansen workshop, the maintenance workshop where they used to do finishing of the wheels. And I could go inside and I could see. So all those opportunities I could get through these kind of visits. So university visits are definitely very, very good. Although I was not a student, I was a researcher, but I could get a lot of opportunities to see Japan, interact with Japan. So that helped me slowly as I moved up in my career. So actually in 2000, I got a postdoctoral fellowship. So after PhD, you have to do a postdoctoral fellowship. So in 2000, I went to institute called Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, AIST, in Tsukuba. So again, you know, I have been building my relation with Japanese people, and it takes time. You know, it's not a very quick thing. It takes time to build relation, and you have to work on it. You have to understand how people behave, how people think, and actually working with Japanese people, I would say that a lot of spoken words, but a lot of unspoken words also work. Okay, so you have to learn how to speak without actually speaking. So you have to understand that part. And of course, language will be very, very helpful. I'm very unfortunate that I never could learn Japanese. So this is very, very sad for me. But I can manage to travel in Japan. So nowadays I travel alone in different parts of Japan whenever I get the chance. And I can communicate. A lot of things you can communicate through sign language also. But to be a student, yes, of course, you have to learn Japanese. Okay? That way you can maximize your stay, maximize your experience, and make some very good friendship in Japan. With your age group, and as you grow further in your career, they will become your collaborators in the future. So, and after my postdoctoral fellowship, when I became faculty, first I was in Singapore, and then I have made sure that every summer I visit Japan. Again, most of the time I get this JSPS support. So if you are a faculty or if you are a student, I think that will be a good chance for you. You know, since 2014, I have been working in India, And here also I continue my collaboration. So basically my collaboration is with Kyoto University, which is one of the top in Japan, with Kyushu University also. So these are the main two universities I collaborate, as well as with Doshisha University. So again, whatever I have relation I have built over the years, I am working on those experience, and I'm trying to collaborate with them. And now my focus is to make sure that more and more younger people, like students like you, visit each other country and experience. So through my research collaboration, many Japanese students actually come here to IIT Delhi, to India, and they experience India, Indian food or Indian culture. They are very much interested in those things. As well as in terms of our engineering research, we continue to do the collaboration. And some of my students, they go to Japan to spend 3 to 4 months, and they do conduct research in Japan. So this bilateral collaboration is very, very important, because there are a lot of things that we can learn from Japan, but there are some things, at least, which Japanese people can also learn from India, and at least it will help in our good relation and for the future. So always I have a very good experience in Japan, and always I learn something new. So I make sure that the moment I land in Japan, and because I'm interested in technology, I look at the technology part, and I am always amazed that so much of innovation. It's like every year, if you visit Japan, you find something new which will surprise you. So this is what we can learn from Japan, and we can perhaps do in India. Okay? In India also, we need a lot of innovation. We need growth based on innovation. So, basically with that thoughts, recently, other than technology, I'm also interested in some historical part, because now I'm little senior, so I'm interested in historical or social aspects of India and Japan relation. So just last visit, I visited Nakamuraya restaurant. So I think many of you do not know about Nakamuraya restaurant in Tokyo. This is the restaurant where Ras Bihari Bose, our freedom fighter, actually he landed up there, and he actually ran that business. And Japanese Indian curry comes from that restaurant. So if you are in Tokyo, you should visit that. So I visited, and actually I had that curry. I also visited this Renkoji temple in Tokyo, where Subhash Chandra Bose memory is kept there. So that's again a very, very good feeling when you go to Japan and you see that some of the Indian history or Indian past has been kept and respected in Japan. These are quite rare. As well as I visited Benzaiten Temple. It is in Osaka. So Benzaiten is basically Saraswati temple. So I came to know about this, but then I wanted to visit by myself, so I visited there. So both in the technology side and other than technology, like social, historical things, Japan will really amaze you. So my suggestion will be that you start learning Japanese and take interest in various things. Japan, not just manga or those things, but also there are many, many other things. There's so many things which will surprise you. Okay? Myself being a student of metallurgy, I was very much interested in Japanese sword. You know the Japanese sword? Why Japanese sword is Yes, the sword. Why Japanese sword is so famous? Okay, it's also made of steel, but this sword can break other swords which are also made of steel. Okay, so what are the good qualities? So later I try to find out. So these are very, very interesting things. You know, the Japanese houses are made of wood and paper, but also there is a way that Japanese houses are made. You know, in our books we always read that Japanese houses are made of paper or wood, but actually if you study them, it is more like a composite material, which so whether it is from the past of Japan or it is present or recent times of Japan, both will excite you. Okay, there are a lot of things that will excite you when you are in Japan or interacting with Japan. This kind of feeling I didn't get in other countries like Europe and America. You know, so there are a lot of things to learn and a lot of things to collaborate, and it will be important if we do the collaboration both ways. You know, not only Indian students going to Japan, but also we try to attract Japanese students as well here. And I think many of them are interested to learn about Japan. Just last time I met one Japanese PhD student in Delhi University. And he is studying Buddhism. So we came in touch with that. So I was quite impressed that there is a Japanese student who is studying here. Okay, so we have to create both way of you know, visits and collaborations, so that we can both as two nations can learn and contribute to world peace through technology and through you know, society and the culture. So thank you very much. Thank you. Very short presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Dr. Manasi Shigurkar, founder the Japanese Hub. She will be talking about crafting employability, essential language training for students. Put your hands together for ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm aware that we are running out of time. I'll keep it short and precise. So I'm Manasi Shirgurkar. Basically, they have introduced me as the founder of Japanese Hub. It's my own small company, but otherwise I have taken up responsibility as in charge of Japanese post-graduation section at Pune University, Savitribai Phule Pune University. So what I'm going to talk about today is out of my experience so far as a teacher, as an interpreter, and yeah, some interesting facts I realized during my journey. When we talk about the employability of students, basically we need to think what employable means and what the employability skill, the skills one needs to have. So how much your skill set qualification as well as your personal qualities meet the expectations of the employer, and whether you are able to appeal the employer is the key question, I think. So broadly, the employability skills can be categorized among three sections. You can say there is basic skills, your fundamental skills, maybe your domain knowledge, technical skills in your case if you are an engineering student. Then higher order thinking skills like problem solving, analytical thinking, and so on. And then comes personal quality. So these personal qualities which you enhance or possess or try to develop are of utmost importance when it comes to Japan in particular. So when we talk about a country like Japan, specifically Japan being a very technologically advanced country, a tech-savvy country. Most of you must be knowing that there is a huge demand of IT and software engineers. There has been such a talk for quite some time now. And obviously the world of web and software engineering in Japan needs more people because of their diminishing young population. They need more people from outside Japan. So as a result of this decreasing population, they are unable to keep up with the demand of technological growth. That is, more people who are technologically expert, they are technically expert. And as our nation is seen as a talent pool of IT and engineering professionals, I think we have a very good solution for their problem, and we can learn a lot from this country. By 2030, it is estimated that there will be a deficit of 420,000 to 790,000 IT engineers in Japan. So think about the scope, the scale we are talking about. Then if there is such a huge demand in Japan, why, oh, I can't, okay, I'll read it out. Then why the employment ratio of Indian professionals in Japan or Japanese companies is very low? Why there is less retention when it comes to Japan? Most of our Indian students and professionals tend to look at West, Europe and US, or at the most Australia and New Zealand, but they don't look at Japan still. There is awareness up to a certain level now, I would say, but then why this ratio is so low? I would like to just give you a few updates. In 2017, there was an India-Japan summit meeting, and there was a goal set that 1,000 Japanese language teachers will be developed, and they'll be trained and nurtured. And in 2019, I think you also know that SSW visas were opened. And this is particularly not about IT engineers, but many such professions where they need workers, Gemba as they call it, at the actual on the actual field. Okay, so so being the third largest economy in world, they need people in various fields, right from farming to elder care. They need people everywhere. So given these facts, we need to rethink how our Japanese language education or training of our students is going on. To give you a brief idea of Japanese language education in India, there are around 10,000 small and medium-sized Japanese language schools across the country today, at present. And mostly the Japanese language education is concentrated in urban areas, very less in small towns or villages, I would say. Though they have started, it's yet to pick up any speed. Then compared to other countries, I think there are very less schools, universities and colleges which offer degree courses like graduate and postgraduate courses in Japanese. There is a strong tendency to focus on exams. As all of us know, Indian community is a very competitive community when it comes to education. So students and teachers alike, they love exams. They target exams, they study for exams, and they study for certification. But is that enough? That we need to ask to ourselves. And the learning obviously becomes a crammed type of learning of vocabulary and grammar. And many teaching methods and textbooks are used for this purpose. So where is the gap? We are studying for exams, for certification, we are training students for exams, and industry needs something else. Oh, sorry. Whenever I talk to industry people, because of my work of interpretation, I came to know that they need bilinguals with not only certification, obviously, but they need people with reading and writing skills, that is communication skills. That is of utmost importance. Then they need people who are well versed with cross-cultural communication. And furthermore, they need people who have a good understanding of culture. So when we talk of culture, it's not ikebana and sado. Of course, it's an integral part of culture, but when we talk of culture, it also includes work culture, how people think, how they work, then historical and cultural background of the nation, obviously, and the Japanese way of thinking, that is very important as far as industry or working with Japanese people is concerned. So just to give a brief idea of what communicative competence means. This is not something new. This is told by an expert called Himes in 1980, and later on it was developed more by Canal and Swain. They come from linguistics background, and they talk about 4 different competencies actually. One is discourse, the first one is linguistic or grammatical competence. We all are focusing more on grammatical competence, language as, you know, as the subject matter of your study. That is perfectly fine. That is given that if you are a language professional or a bilingual professional coming from IT background, you need to know the language. You need to know the grammar, vocabulary, the rules of the language, everything. But apart from that, you need 3 more competencies which are very important. The next one is socio-linguistic competence. So what does it mean? As the name goes, we should know how the language is used in a particular society or community. Because what a particular sentence means in India, if literally translated in Japanese, may not mean the same thing, because they have different cultural backgrounds and contexts. So that is interpreting and producing the utterances with a specific context, with a specific culture in context, and the appropriateness of your expression. That is very important. So for example, if you ask a Japanese how the word sumimasen is used, what is the translation of sumimasen, there will be 3 to 4 translations to one single word. It may mean sorry, it may mean sorry to disturb you, I apologize, or excuse me also, to call someone or attract someone's attention. So there are various shades to one single word. It may not be literally translated in our languages. So that is social linguistics. It also takes care of the concepts like politeness, directness, or rudeness in a particular culture. So it's not sufficient even if you know the honorific language, that is te itadakemasen ka. There are some students of language, Japanese language here I see. So it's not enough to use the honorific form of the verb, but you should know how to use it in which context, in which situation, and while talking to whom. That is very important. Then comes strategic importance. That is how you build up strategies and techniques for verbal and non-verbal communication. If at all you come across any communication gaps, being a student or a new professional, a young professional, you will come across certain problems, but that time you should be able to devise some techniques which will help you to overcome such hurdles. You may use linguistic and non-linguistic, verbal, non-verbal cues, strategies to get the message across. So this is called strategic competence. And it also means that how you, building up the strategies to learn a language, because not everyone learns in the same way. I may pick up a language just by listening to podcasts or watching serials, TV serials, dorama as we call it, but someone else may need a theoretical analysis of how the language works. So you have to identify your own learning style and devise a strategy for learning the language. The 4th one is discourse. So it tells you how to have a coherent text or utterance or speech in a particular context, how to combine language structures and functions to have such a coherent and cohesive text. So pattern recognition and all those things, having a good flow, logical flow in your speech and conversation, and make it convincing, getting the exact message. So it may happen that, for example, take a situation where you are disposing your garbage, you are in Japan and you are disposing some garbage and you have thrown out damboru, as they call it, the boxes which you used for shifting your luggage or bags and everything. So you're throwing out the boxes, and someone comes and cautions you or warns you and says, no, no, this is not the day when you dispose such garbage. Then how do you respond? When I talk to my language students, they're like, oh, okay, I didn't know that there was such a rule. If you start with this, Japanese people will treat it as an excuse. They won't like it. So first and foremost step is shazai, as they call it, apologize for your mistake. Knowingly or unknowingly, you have made a mistake, so accept it. That is the first step. And then you go ahead, or whatever reason you want to explain, you can go ahead, and then again, that all comes with discourse competence. Being a language teacher, I can't help talking about these 4 competencies. Now, one more thing that always one more thing that is always taken up by Japanese people in particular, when they recruit young professionals or past students, they talk about attitude, taido. That is of utmost importance for them. It's fine even if you are not a graduate from the topmost university of your nation. If you have the right attitude, if you are humble, you are sincere, and you are genuine, then your sincere efforts never go unnoticed. They do pay attention to you, what you need to say, what you want to say, and you are an important person in their eyes. So this attitude is something which is important. Even, while screening the CVs, they will go through how you have presented yourself and how you talk about yourself. And even during interviews, they will see how your attitude is, whether you are ready to learn things, new things every day. So apart from attitude, when I say that if you are ready to learn something new, there are very interesting things how Japanese people, the Japanese society or industry focuses on process. As all of us know, we tend to focus more on results. Japanese people focus more on process. For example, if you look at just a cleaning manual, now with SSW visas opening, they also have training materials and manuals for such workers coming from abroad. So if you just look at such teaching material, you see what this is. This is completely in Japanese, but it tells you the variety of debris or dirt or filth you have to clean on a floor. See the types they have categorized on different types of floors. One can't even think, that's what she is saying. Till today, I thought that dirt or filth was just dirt or sand at the most. But now you have detailed manual of what dirt means and what you need to clean. So these are the varieties they have, which you need to remove, clean diligently. Can you tell me what this is? This is the way you will clean a room with a vacuum cleaner, where to put in the plug and in which manner you need to move around. Okay, so this is the way they work, very diligently. The process is well set, very well thought of, and you are not expected to deviate from this because it's very well thought of. It's supposed to have very less problems in future. So in a nutshell, I would say that for what is natural and obvious for a Japanese person may not be so for an Indian. Remember that. So we need to know what the society, the culture, and the people expect when they interact with us. So as teachers, I would like to say there are some teachers here as well. For teachers, I would say we should, raise and nurture young minds who are not just employable, but are open-minded and willing to understand different society, culture, and enjoy the give and take between the two societies. That's what our duty is. And particularly at this juncture when our nations are very much in dialogue and they are working towards having a mutually beneficial relationship, I believe that no, this relation is not purely transactional. You know, when we talk about the profits and industrial give and take, it may sound transactional, but it's not so. And we can achieve a lot more. We can go beyond this, and that can be done only through education. That's what I believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for pointing out the smallest details and helping students to understand the importance of it. Students and all the delegates, we have to felicitate a few of our today's speakers. So to go ahead with that, before I invite Dr. Tam Takamichi Mito, sir, on the dais. I also invite Mr. Gautam Kulkarni, sir, on dais. Please put your hands together for President of IJBC, Siddharth Deshmukh, sir. I also invite Associate Dean, Dr. Preeti Joshi, ma'am. Please. Big round of applause, students. I also request all the student volunteers to bring in the felicitation kit. Please, sir. Dr. Tam Takamichi Mito, Visiting Scholar, Asia Institute, University of Melbourne. I request Siddharth sir to please join us on the dais. Put your hands together for Dr. Mansi. Yes. Yeah. The founder, the Japanese Hub. Please put your hands together for Mr. Gautam Kulkarni, COO and co-founder. I request the speakers to join in for a group photo on the stage. Just help na them with frames. Yes, please. One more frame. Big round of applause, students. I know you are clapping for a long time, but they all are here just for you all, so that they can tell you about future opportunities of higher education and career in Japan. Thank you so much, all the speakers and dignitaries. I now request our next. Yes. I now invite our next speaker for today, Mr. Sunil Kulkarni, CEO Fideltech Software. He will be talking about various opportunities and jobs in Japan for which you all are waiting. So big round of applause, guys.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So, honorary dignitaries, senior management from MIT, IJBC officials, my dear friends, thanks a lot for your time today and inviting us. I'll be just trying to brief myself in, because we are, I think, waiting for the lunches and move ahead. But I think my topic would be more about opportunities in Japan. My understanding is today we have students from first year to say BE from different faculties, mechanical engineering, IT, or different curriculum. And the other assumption is you have taken the admission from a perspective of getting into good jobs in future. So with that, obviously you have a lot of options. Getting a job in India, getting a job in US, getting a job in Middle East. Japan could be one of your options. So I'll be keeping extremely sharp so that we don't go here and there. As Dr. and some of the slides might be extension of Professor Mansi. So by 2030, as she mentioned, the numbers could be here and there. You can check on the MITI website. But Japan seriously would lack professionals, be it IT, be it mechanical engineering, be it professionals. So today, what we want to look out is how we tap these opportunities and what would be the challenges. So if you are a first year student or a second year student, you have exactly 2 more years to land into a good internship or a good job. If you are a fourth year student or you are already graduated and still looking for a job and an internship, you might want to just quickly look at these things, prepare yourself in the next 6 to maybe 12 weeks, and again come into this job board. Just briefly try to plug ourselves. So my company name is Fidel Softtech. I'm the founder. My name is Sunil. I'm in Japan since 1997. So it's almost 25 plus years. We are in the space of LangTech consulting, languages and technologies. So when you, let's say, type tomato in your iPhone or Android, there's an emoji of tomato. So this linking of languages and technology together is something that we work. Okay, so there I just want to highlight your own mother tongue could be a very strong attribute for yourself. So if your typical arts tendency is to highlight English, French or something, but tomorrow if you know Konkani, for example, or Marathi, that could be your strength. Because, so today, for example, when we are working, if you have heard of Amazon Alexa, so Alexa speaks English. Alexa change the music, Alexa change the lights. But to make Alexa understand Konkani, for example, Telugu, will require your expertise because Amazon would be looking for these language specialists and technologists, okay? So Fidel works in these areas. Again, Japan population continues to decline. अब हम लोगों को कुछ लेना देना नहीं उससे उनका there are a lot of social factors. People are not getting married, not producing kids, this, that. It's expensive, that's fine. Key is, this is an opportunity. That said, Japan still is a number 3 economy. If you ask a typical Japanese person, China is catching up, this, that, for them doesn't matter. India is catching up because they have already reached a certain level. Okay, the infrastructure is strong. The average person's convenient life is extremely convenient. Japan still dominates in a lot of industries. So if you open up your iPhone, 60% of our components inside would be from Japan. If you are a cycling enthusiast, if you have heard of Shimano cycles, they would be controlling almost 60-70% of the geared cycle markets and so on. So a lot of manufacturing, a lot of service industries dominate the world. Okay. Now, Japan people shortage. you'll hear a lot of articles, Japan needs 1 lakh people, 200,000 people, this, that. Doesn't mean any Tom, Dick and Harry is welcome to Japan. Okay? So Japan has unemployment also. It is not that everybody in Japan is employed. Japan has unemployment also. What we are talking is Japan doesn't have enough skilled people, okay? Because people are getting older. Japan needs IT skills or technocrats. You could be a mechanical engineer, you could be a robotic engineer, but this technical skill set is needed. Japan works in a specific cultural way. So if I walk in, hey, I want to do this, that, they'll say, oh, even if you have technology, we don't want you because you are unable to work with us, with our team members. So if you now define the problem statement, कि Japan को कैसा लोग चाहिए? Japan needs specific technology skilled people who are willing to work in a specific way and what? To churn goods or services. मला जपानी येतं, मला जपानला घेऊन चला. काय कशाला इधर सब जॅपनीज लोग आहे, आपका जॅपनीज आने से क्या फायदा है? और but मला जपानी येतं and I know robotics. Now you are talking, and I am willing to work in a certain way. Now you are talking. Okay. Who in Japan is hiring? If you are a professional, you don't again want to go mumbo jumbo. Your job is, or your specific thing should be, 4 साल के बाद मुझे job किधर मिलने वाला है, and can I start mapping myself? So if, and I'm saying, if you are not interested in Japan, that's fine. There are ample jobs. But today, if you look at the geography overall, US में recession है, Middle East में there is war happening, Europe there is Ukraine, Russia. Next foreseeable 2 years ऐसा ही चलने वाला है. And if you are graduating in next 2 years, then you are in trouble. So where could be the jobs? India could be a market. Japan. So when you look at Japan, where are the jobs? So you have to identify type of companies that hire. So one, typically in our language, what we say is the system integrator firms. So again, because you are young people, maybe you don't know what type of companies. So when I say system integrators, Wipro is a system integrator. Infosys could be a system integrator. Entity data, entity communication, IBM. Then there are what we call as product firms. Oracle, SAP, these are all called product firms. And then lastly, what we call as end user firms. They are actually developing or churning out cars, maybe food sauce. They are leveraging technology. Now, if you directly today apply to Honda or Sony, chances are very less that you will get hired. But because if I apply to, say, Ajinomoto or Honda, what they will say is, hey, I like you, but my entire IT is outsourced to Infosys or entity data. So आप उधर जाइए and आपको job उधर मिलेगा. So if you look at the percentages, system integrator firms today are hiring almost 70%. 20% would be the product firms and 10% would be the end user firms. End user firms will like to have project managers and different types of people. Okay. So accordingly, if you were looking at the funnel, most of the jobs are with these companies. Now, there are a lot of different challenges. Okay, so if you look at, हम लोग बोलते हैं कि अरे वो जापान क्यों नहीं change हो रहा है? Why is Japanese manager not hiring foreigners? This, that. He or she doesn't have any incentive to change. You wake up, you go to office, everything is fine, trains are on time, company is producing, making profits, banks are giving loans at 1%. There's no incentive to change. Why should I change? GDP is low, growing less, that's fine. हमारा population भी कम होता जा रहा है. So there is no, Japan works in a specific way. We work in Japanese, the users speak in Japanese. So if you are willing to speak Japanese, then only it's, but they work in a specific way. And then there is a legacy software. So while India jumped directly to mobile banking, Japan is still stuck in mainframe. A lot of investment has been happening in last 40, 50 years. Who would reinvest to make those changes? Okay, so again, one has to understand these changes. Then Japan also has access to Vietnam engineers, Myanmar engineers, Bangladesh engineers, Nepal engineers. They also say, sir, I also learn Japanese. I also know this thing. I am cheaper than India. hire me. So Japan also needs to understand how is Indian engineer better than Nepal engineer or Vietnam? What is the cost? Is there any special skills? And Japan is in, again, deflation for long. So from an engineering perspective, you will never see 30% salary hikes there. Salary hikes would be marginal, 1%, 2%. Because last 20 years, the rates have not changed. You could have purchased a bread at 100 yen 10 years back or 20 years back, and it's same. Now, of course, there is changing, but these are some of these challenges. So if still you are trying to overcome these challenges, you still want to go to Japan, how they would try to evaluate you? One, are you willing to invest in Japan? Are you willing to stay here for longer duration? मैं 6 महीने क्या 1 साल के लिए आऊँगा, निकल जाऊँगा. No, they wouldn't want you to. At least when you are applying, you should be able to say, sir, I want to stay there for long term. I'll be there for 10 years. Whether you come back in 1 year or 2 years, that's fine. But nevertheless, your commitment to that market, because why would I hire you, train you, invest in you if you were to leave back in 6 months? So at least from that perspective, you have to today when you see the markets are down, there is recession, this, that, when you apply for internships, people say, Arey, there is no job at our thing. But you have to continuously look for triggers. So pandemic was a trigger. Now these, let's say for example, in 2025, SAP would discontinue support for one of their major products. And everybody is asked to move to SAP HANA, for example. Now, if you know this today, and you have prepared yourself to SAP HANA, in next 2 years, you are a perfect ideal. So this is a trigger. This is not defined by you or me. Markets have decided. In 2005, Microsoft stopped services for Visual Basic, for example. So whoever had .NET experience at that point of time got a trigger. So this way, if you look at automobile companies changing to EV, this is a trigger. So today, if you have, even in your second year or third year, you just publish a blog or write a small 200-page article in your college thesis or something, that how batteries should be developed or whatever. What are the materials going bad? But this would act in your resume that this guy has an understanding of EV. So these are some of the triggers. And again, you should be continuously looking at newspapers, but these triggers will help you leapfrog in the job market. The different types of opportunities are the terminologies that you see today: IoT, automation, data analytics, digital transformation. Again, if your projects or learnings, whatever subjects, you tailor your resume and anything around these technologies, there are opportunities. B, if you were to directly jump into or try to target some Japanese companies, again, if that's possible, but you'll see a lot of Indian companies out here who are working in Japan, almost 70 plus. So in Pune, we have, say, Rian, Vizdec, Shimbi Labs, Grey Orange, Fidel. All these companies are operating there. These are product companies you might want to look at. One good other idea to look at what type of opportunities the jobs and how to tailor yourself. Key is you have to get a job, whether you like or not. So it's like the Indian marriages. पहले शादी कर लो, बाद में प्यार हो जाएगा. वैसा, get a job and you'll start liking that field. In the initial formative years, you don't want to say, मुझे AI चाहिए, फलाना चाहिए. पहले तू जापान जा, सीख ले, and then you try to build up. Likewise, so if you take, like if you go to Fidel Consulting site, you go to say Career Cross or different job sites, take top 200 jobs or 500 jobs. Look at what kind of skills, and you can develop a heat map of what are the skills required in today's market. So if we look at heat map, you'll find, say, digital transformation, you need falana these skills. By the way, this slide deck is available with IGBC. You can request them to to ask them for these details. But so I'll just strip off automation. If this 5G, there are these skill sets. So you'll see that these skill sets are in fashion now, and hence, if you align your skill sets accordingly, you'll get immediately some opportunities. When I say opportunities, again, many people think is, "Arey, mujhe programming aana chahiye. I have to become a programmer." No. There are different role sets. If you take an organization, then there is a, say, financial analyst required, there is a CEO required, there is a sales guy, there is a marketing, there is a business analyst, there is a software developer, there is a tester, infrastructure support, there is a customer support, and so on. So if you look at different this thing, what is your liking? And if you are able to map that, accordingly get internships around that, you'll get a lot of mileage in that. So positioning yourself as just a developer might not be a strategy. You might want to position yourself as a digital marketing executive. As I said, there are different types of roles, different types of skill sets required, different types of domain is there. So for example, if you are an engineer, but that engineer requirement in automotive engineering and that same engineer working in a financial would be different. So if you, and hence, having an understanding or liking or at least a brief reading of different domains might be helpful. When you are applying for an internship or a job or anything, please look at my resume. Why should I? ऐसा ही mail आता है कि यार sir, look at my resume, or I would like to go to Japan. I know Japanese. If you try to position yourself as some kind of you're helping, as you understand, college तो आप पैसा दे के आए, college will welcome you, और पैसा दो और अंदर आओ, that's not a problem. If you are joining my company is going to pay you, or if you are joining Honda is going to pay you. Why should they pay? Why should they hire you? And hence, if you are able to solve some of their problems, so one is you have to understand कि सामने वाले का problem क्या रह सकता है. Now, if you come to my company, आप लोग देखिएगा Fidel का क्या problem है आज. तो वैसा Japanese companies का भी problems है. So one is Japan market is not expanding, as population is shrinking, market is not expanding. So they are also trying to go overseas. Can they go overseas? No. Why? उसको Japanese आता है, उसको English नहीं आता है. Now English could be your strength. As I said, if they want to come to India or they want to go to Middle East, they have to learn Arabic or Urdu or something. And you say that मुझे उर्दू आता है and मुझे Japanese भी आता है and I am a technocrat and I am a digital marketer, then you are solving their problem. Okay. So one is Japan marketing. Japanese companies want to go to foreign countries. So can you handle them and can you help them out? If you can, then that's a opportunity for digital marketing, sales support, demo and pre-sale support. These are the type of jobs that you can look for. Japanese manufacturers, retailers are trying to compete global. So Japanese technology is good, of course. But if you look at your home, how many appliances are Japanese today? LG, Samsung are trying to beat it, which means Japan has to be very competitive now. 20 years back, Sony Trinitron, Sony this, that was there. But today, other than automotive industry, they are losing that competitiveness. Hence, they have to be competitive, which means they have to implement new technologies. If you are bringing in something, of course, that's welcome. Japan has a lot of data. Last 20, 25 years, they are already using computers, this, that. But somebody has to start connecting that data. If you are into data analytics, data sciences, this is a huge requirement. Again, so business is moving to cloud. So key is position yourself as a problem solver. Last but not least, India. So when I'm in Japan, I'm not competing with an Indian company or something. We are competing with Vietnam, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Nepal, other countries. Business will always go to a lower cost destination, or somebody will try to compete with you and take your jobs. So key is how you protect yourselves, how you build your career from here. If you take a certain area and you develop certain skill sets, now you have an exact roadmap. What are the technologies needed? In next 2 years, what kind of blogs should I publish? What should I areas? What are the kind of companies? Who are hiring? अभी आज पूना में Fujitsu है, Entity Data है, These are all system integrators. You can start applying there. Okay, sir, can I help you? How can you position yourself problem solving? And so on. So if you start your groundwork today, it need not be you, your brother, your sister, your colleague, your relative. There are a lot of opportunities in Japan. Japan wants to hire for skills. Just plain vanilla Japanese, of course, will not help you. That coupled with some skills, it could be anything, is very much needed in Japan. Thanks a lot. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the importance of various details which are associated with the job opportunities in Japan. Dear students, we are moving towards the final session for today's first half of this conference. Please put your hands together for Mr. Gautam Kulkarni, COO and co-founder of DG Future Tech India. He will be talking about synergizing opportunities in India-Japan partnership. Welcome, sir.
Namaskar. I think everybody is now hungry. We are, I think, already over time, so I will just keep it brief. It's being honor to be in my premises. When I say I'm actually a MIT alumni. Okay, it feels so nice to be back in this premise, and back in those days, there were not so many buildings here, but now things have changed. So. And it's honor to actually, be a part of this, this association. So, I think Dr. Manasi Shirgurkar, Sunil, and other dignitaries, they have already touched base about the opportunities in Japan and so on, right? So I will kind of just touch base on two things. One is the industry academia collaboration, right? So nowadays, what I've seen is that there is a lot of collaborations happening between the companies and the colleges or the universities, right? So which is a good thing, because what we have seen is that we get resumes, or we get people approaching to us, but then they don't really match with what is the requirement from the industry per se, right? So I'll just skip to that particular slide. Quickly, now there is a good understanding about what is required in the industry specifically, right? So now when we talk about Japan specific, as we kind of talk about language is one thing, okay. Technical, what I have seen is that a lot of people kind of say that, okay, I'm going to learn this technology, that technology, learn that course, take this course. But what I have seen is that there is a lack of soft skills. Okay, now when I say soft skills, it could be communication, written communication, it could be writing, speaking. Nowadays, we are so much on WhatsApp, like, very precise, that's we can say, but it's a very short communication. And what I've seen is that people are very good in technology. Okay, so we have people, we have employees who are very good in technology, but then when it comes to communication, it kind of, that is where people lack in, and that is where we kind of help our employees to kind of come up with the communication. So this is what I've just put in a brief. So there is this industry academia link. So academia kind of helps in the curriculum, industry collaborations, student counseling, and so on, right? Whereas in industry, there are some training sessions that are provided, supervise students in the projects, resource sharing. Now, what is required by the students is technical skills, soft skills, innovative ideas. So, as Sunil probably also mentioned, what are the requirements, or what is that, say, Japan is looking for, or even like any other country per se, right? So this is what is required, So my profile or my resume might say that I know Python, I know Scala, there are a lot of technologies mentioned there, but then, typically when we talk about personal development, that really lacks somehow, right? So that is where what I see is that all you guys, when you are talking about or when you are going to take any courses, I would really recommend if you can also take courses in your mother tongue and also in English, okay? Now, I myself, frankly speaking, I was not good in speaking. Even now, I don't know if I'm speaking properly or not, but I think when we go for an interview, or when we are going to go to other country, that kind of representation, when we are going to speak, that is very important. Okay, so that particular part I wanted to stress. I was in Japan for around 15 years, and during that 15 years, I have few learnings which I would like to share with you. Okay, so the first learning is the cultural sensitivity and adaptability. Okay, so Japan, has a different culture, as I think people have mentioned earlier, and I think we need to kind of understand that. I think just watching anime and manga probably will not help, but I think that is very important. Then building trust and relationship. Okay? This actually takes a long time. Okay, so for us, as a company, we kind of took around 3 to 4 years to actually kind of link with our first client and get a long-term relationship. So that time, I think is very important. So that actually is, building the trust and relationship. Importance of precision and attention to detail. Here, I would like to just tell one of the experiences. Like, I think everybody knows that Japan is very famous for on time, punctuality. I was traveling in the train, okay, and the train was, I think, around 30 to 35 seconds late. And the train conductor actually announced that we are 30 seconds late, and he apologized that during your busy schedule, the train is running 30 seconds late, so we really apologize. Now that was a shock for me that 30 seconds is nothing, right? So, but that is where that that precision comes into matter, right? Effective communication, I think, as I mentioned, Kaizen. I think one of the presentations mentioned Kaizen, which is a continuous improvement. There is one book called Atomic Habits. Okay, I don't know how many of you have heard about or read. So in that, there is a mention of 1% change or 1% improvement. So we don't need to kind of improve or change very fast, or kind of make it as a I will change within 3 months or so. But what that book says, or what this Kaizen says, is that just make a small difference in your life, right? So for example, say if I wake up at 6:30 a.m. in the morning, maybe I start waking up at 6:29. Okay, then 6:28. So that small change also will help, groom and change our habits. So that Kaizen is also like changing in the processes, and very small changes, but over the period of time, we see the impact of it. One more example, just quickly I will tell about my experience about the customer service, right? The customer, how the culture there is. Like, so I was actually traveling in a taxi, and I was actually late. So I told the taxi driver to go fast, and he kind of, I think, went by around 60 kilometers per hour, but there was a limit on that road of 40 kilometers, and we were stopped by the police. The police stopped, he stopped there, they had some discussion for 5 minutes, and then police actually told me, he apologized to me. He said that, I'm very sorry, but because he was going beyond the speed, I had to take your 5 minutes. He will drop you where you want to drop, and he will come back to me. Now, apologizing from a police was a different thing for me, but that is how that culture is, right? So I think overall Japan is a very nice country, and if we can actually kind of cope up with what are the requirements, it is a very nice country to go. I would definitely recommend to go there. Now, just a brief about my company. So we are a managed service provider. We actually have 3 companies. One is DG Future Tech Limited, which I'm currently representing. Rian is into languages, linguistics, and FTB Communications is more into incubation. Like we provide support to startups or new entrepreneurs and incubation center. So that is what FTB is. Last thing which actually I wanted to mention is we are going to actually have some seminars specifically for the new graduates or people who are willing to actually go to Japan. So we have a booth outside, and the details about that is available. So everybody is welcome to go there and understand the. So we are going to have some webinars around early December and in January. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable inputs. Dear all, we are towards the concluding this first session of today's conference. Let me begin the formal vote of thanks.
Announce next session first.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I conclude my vote of thanks quickly, so because you are already waiting for lunchtime. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, my dear students, I would like to extend my formal vote of thanks, starting with our beloved founder, President, Professor Vishwanath Karad, sir, who has embedded the values and culture of this institution in each faculty and students. I also would like to thank our Executive President, Shri Rahul Karad, sir, who has inspired us always to go extra miles for our students and the institution. I extend my sincere thanks to Honorable DC M. Toshihiro Kaneko, Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai, for his presence and for providing all the necessary permissions to make this collaboration and conference a success. I also thank Director General Koji Sato, the Japan Foundation, for his valuable support. I thank Mr. B.Gdeshmukh, who has led the IGBC from the front and helped us get all the collaborations required for this particular conference. I would like to thank our mentor, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, Vice Chancellor, MITWPU, World Peace University, for his guidance and the global opportunities for our students and faculty members. I thank Mr. Sudhir Jaiswal, Chairperson, Higher Education and Research Committee, Indo-Japan Business Council, for his valuable support. Last but not the least, I thank all the team members who worked for this particular smooth conduction of this event. And if I have missed out any names, then let me thank each one of them for contributing immensely for this collaboration. The next session we are commencing in next 30 minutes. I request all the students and parents and faculty members, those who are interested, to please be seated by around 2 p.m. and we will be starting very soon the sessions which are happening. Let me just read out the names for you, so if you have any thing interesting, you can definitely join. We have study opportunity at Kansai University. Then we have Dr. Hemant, who will be talking from Shiman University, Japan. Then Miss Kushi will be there from Edu Japan. She will be talking about studies in Japan overview, admission and scholarships. So if anybody is interested about admissions and scholarships, you can definitely join us in second half. Then we will be having presentation from Asia Pacific University and presentations by International University of Japan. And we will also have a presentation from TNI Career Council Consulting, and University of Tokyo will be joining us in the second half. Thank you so much.
So students, the next half session is from the university itself. This is going to be very useful for you if you have interest to study and develop career in Japan, because they will first-hand perspective from the professors and the representatives of those universities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I announce this session concluded. Please join us post-lunch. Thank you so much, everyone.
Education Conference. I would like to tell you the speakers who are going to come next. We will be having Mr. Shinjo Nagamatsu. He is from the Kansai University. We have Dr. Hemant Nuthalapati. He is from Shimane University. Ms. Khushi Zaveri, EDU Japan. Ms. Ai Yamamoto, she is from APU. Professor Yasuyuki Miyoshi, International University of Japan. Mr. Dhaval Mehta is the CEO, TNI Career Consulting, and Mr. Kazunori Sasaki, University of Tokyo. So these are the various people coming from the various universities across Japan, and all these universities, the representatives which are coming over here, the representatives who are coming over here from these universities, they are going to tell us about how the universities perform there and how we can get an entrance to that university if you want to go and study there. So if we talk of Kansai University is one of the top-ranked private universities. It is situated in Osaka City, Japan, and it is a university which offers a variety of programs of graduate and professional courses. So a lot of courses in arts, management, law, education are being offered by this university. The Shimane University is again a public national university of Japan, and it offers a wide range of courses. So courses at all levels in mathematics, social science, Japanese, English, science, physical education, music, art, moral sciences. So you name a course and you find it in the university. It's the top-ranked national, one of the top-ranked national universities. We also have person representing EDU Japan. So EDU is Japan's first non-stop platform for education, and its aim is to serve as a comprehensive research to guide to guide and assist the students across the globe. So this university, the representative is going to talk about the overview of how the admissions take place and the scholarships which are provided in that particular university. We also have a representative from Asia Pacific University. This university was established in Oto, Japan through the collaboration of 3 parties from the public and private sectors. And again, it is offering a wide range of programs for the students to go and take admission. We also have International University of Japan, a representative from the International University of Japan. Again, wide range of programs are being provided by this university, and it is one of the topmost universities in Japan. University of Tokyo, it has programs like management, arts, and it also has research programs. And we also have a representative from this university. So I would now request the first speaker, Mr. Shingo Nagamatsu. He is a professor, Kansai University, and he is going to talk on study opportunity at Kansai University. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your introduction. And thank you very much for the organizer of inviting me as a presenter here today. So I'm very honored to be here because let me talk about my personal experience about India. When I was the early career of my academic research it was almost 22 years ago. India is my first place for conducting my field research about disaster. Because I'm a disaster researcher, so you know, the 2001, there was a big earthquake that hit Gujarat state, and after the event, I visited Gujarat several times, and I saw that the devastating area has been recovering very smoothly and quickly, and I knew that the Indian people are I knew how Indian people are resilient. So that was a very, I inspired by the recovery process from that disaster. So that is my motivation to learn, motivation to be the academic researcher in disaster management. And I watched a movie that is called Lagan, which was a very famous movie. And I really love that movie because the Indian people love their country and the feeling of the solidarity. So it was very amazing. So I'm very happy to be here to bridging the Japanese society and Indian society. Thank you very much. Anyway, my presentation, the first half of the presentation will be devoted to the introduction of the whole university. And I came from the faculty of the Societal Safety Sciences, and the last half of my presentation will be devoted to introduce my school and our program. So anyway, the Kansai University, as is introduced by the master, our university is one of the leading, the big private university and top-ranked private university. And we have 137 years of history, which is absolutely one of the oldest university. And our number of the students is as much as 30,000 students. And we have already 500,000 graduates in Japan. So probably most of you doesn't know about the Kansai University. However, most of the Japanese people know our name. So please remember the Kansai University as one of the possible opportunity for your future educational opportunities. So we also have the more than 1,200 international students and 30 faculties and graduate school, and 2 professional graduate school and 6 campuses. And the location is, this is located in Osaka, right? And the second largest city. And it has an ancient capital. It was in the 16th century. So our location is very close to Kyoto, Kobe, and Nara, which is very much more ancient city than Osaka city. So it was very good for sightseeing, and we are having many tourists almost every year. So our campus is located here, and I'm gonna skip this. And we, as I told you, that we have 13 faculties. That ranges from the social sciences, human sciences, and the natural sciences. And we also have, so I should tell you that we have 5 campuses. So the location varies all over the Osaka, the Sakai, Umeda, Senryama. So this is our main campus. And my campus is here, the Takatsuki area. And we're also going to have new campuses, the 6 campuses. We bought this area, and it's gonna have a very big campuses. And we're gonna open the new school, which is called Business Data Sciences. So that is very growing importance of the academic research, right? And we have some very important research projects that is funded by the national government. One is the smart polymer. It's a production of the polymer, the KU Smart Project website. And this project is funded by the Ministry of Education. And also we are very famous for the historical study about the Japanese ancient history. So they are conducting their research in Japanese, but they say our research is very global. Because most of the Japanese researchers coming to the Kansai University and studying and reporting their studies in Japanese. So this is one of the leading research fields in our university. And as for the education, we are providing some academic project that is called, for example, the COIL. A COIL is it's a kind of the international educational system that connect to the via internet. It's quite similar to the Zoom, right? So it's not. So recently, many universities has been doing the remote education. However, we have been doing this program since 2016 or 15. So we have a long history of doing this kind of the educational program. So we also offering, we are not just offering the degree program, but also providing the summer and winter school. And we also have another school which is called B.Gdeshmukh. This school is just providing the Japanese language and the culture program. So this B.Gdeshmukh is regarded as a preparatory studies for going to the degree program. Yeah, so this is the introduction of B.Gdeshmukh, but the time is very limited, so I'm going to skip this. So if you have really interested in this program, please come to our website by using this, I can say, the QR code. And we also have plenty of student support, like a scholarship, and the international student support organizations and support, and many international students want to have their job after graduation. So we are going to support for those students. And we also have many dormitories. We have currently 5 dormitories, I think. So this is very good for students. So I have 2 international students for my graduate studies. So they are also staying there. And the scholarship, we have many kinds of scholarship, on-campus scholarship and university recommendation and open recruitment. So if you're really interested in the postgraduate studies, we have 2 vacancies, 2 positions of the mixed, the government-funded scholarship for 2 students. So we are now open. So if you're really interested in this mixed scholarship, please feel free to contact us. And yes, this is the support for job hunting in Japan. And we have, because we have so many graduates in Japanese society, so we have a good relationship with those businessmen which is leading our Japanese industries. So this is so our university is very famous for having a very great job hunting. So this is a good recommendation. So maybe you will find a very famous Japanese global company within this list. So all these companies has a good relationship, and we have many workers who are graduate from our universities. And this is student dormitories that I told you. We have 5 dormitories, and we also add 1 more international dormitories in the new campus that I mentioned earlier. Okay, so I want to move to the introduction of our program that is called the PhD of Disaster Management Program. So this is a very unique program that, in which the international students can pursue the PhD by, even though they don't understand Japanese. So all programs are provided in English, and the thesis should be, the English thesis is also accepted. this is not so many. This is not so many in the Japanese university. Most of the university needs the student understand the Japanese language, but our university doesn't require the Japanese language in terms of the disaster management studies. So I'd like to introduce about the Kansai region and the disasters. We have experienced a very big earthquake, disaster, and traffic accident. The one is the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake that was occurred in 1995, and this is a JR train accident that killed more than 108 people. That was happened in 2005. This is very close to our university. So we have plenty of the experience of this disaster and the accident. So we have plenty of so many of faculty members have committed to investigate of this disaster and accident. So we have plenty of the idea to reduce these kind of the calamities. So that's why we established our school. And also, we established our program in 2010, and 1 year after our establishment, we experienced the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and the nuclear power plant accident disasters. So that has also enhanced our knowledge to mitigate the future disaster risk. So, and I want you to know that why we running this kind of the program, because Japan is one of the leading country in terms of the disaster risk reduction. So so far the international community, I mean the United Nations has the World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction 3 times in the past. And the one is in Yokohama, and the second one is Hyogo. It is very close to our university. And the third one is that was held in Sendai. So all the World Conference about disaster was held in Japan. So I believe that Japan is the most appropriate country to learn the disaster risk reduction. But anyway, our university, the Graduate School of Society Safety Sciences, has like this. So we have a wide variety of the professors. And we have more than 100 graduates. And we also have the undergraduate program. So these are the faculty members which providing the lecture and supervising at the PDM program. So it varies, risk management and urban disaster reduction planning, psychology. I'm an economist, earthquake engineering, and the geodisaster prevention. So we are the mixture of the technology and the social sciences. So these are the activities of our program. And this is my personal story, that I have 2 graduate students from the African country. So one of which is coming from the Mozambique. So I'm now conducting the field study of the flood evacuation program that encouraged them, the local people, to evacuate when they receive the early warning. So we conducted the field study and along the Lekong River basin in Mozambique. It was very exciting field work because many people don't understand what early warning is. So we are trying to provide some training program for the understanding the disaster risk information. So that's kind of the research that we are conducting. So anyway, and we are trying to be the hub of the international students for disaster risk reduction in Kansai region. In Kansai region, probably you know that the Kyoto University, that is one of the leading university in Japan, and also Kobe University and other university has also many international students. So we are going to establish the network of these students. So we are going to have the networking event of the disaster risk reduction student in Kansai region. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to having your inquiry.
Thank you so much, Professor. Should I call everyone just? No, just. Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Nagamatsu. I would like to call you back on stage again. And I would also like to call Associate Dean, External Affairs, Dr. Preeti Joshi, to felicitate Professor Nagamatsu. A round of applause for them, please. Okay. I would also like to invite Abhishek Jaiswal sir on stage.
Abhishek Chaudhary sir and Jaiswal sir, please do come on the stage. Thank you. Yeah, please do come this side.
Okay, so welcome everyone again. Thank you so much for waiting. And without much ado, I would like to call Dr. Hemant Nudalapati, Assistant Professor, Department of Life Sciences, Shimane University, Japan, to talk about research opportunities in Japan. A round of applause for him, everyone. It's online? Okay.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Then can I, do you also see my slides? Perfect. Then can I start? Yes. Thank you. Yes. So first, let me thank the organizers, that is, of course, IJBC and in collaboration with the consulate. So I'm Hemant. I'm an assistant professor at Shimane University. And what I'll be talking about today is some very general pathways for research that you can conduct in Japan. Whether you are, I'll talk more about that in detail. But first, I would like to actually congratulate and also thank Siddharth ji and Abhishek ji and of course Sudhir ji, because this is a kind of a brainchild of his. 3 years ago, we started HERC, and he put together a team of experts who are really passionate about promoting education between India and Japan. And this is the second version already happening today, and I'm very glad and pleased to be a part of this. Only one thing that I would like to say is that I'm very sorry for not being able to actually make it personally there. I really miss going to attend this one personally. But anyways, let me just directly go to, just before I jump into the topic, first let me give you a brief introduction as to who I am, what am I doing here in Japan, right? So because I understand that most of the audience is students, and just by looking at what I've been doing, looking at my background, perhaps students may understand or realize that it is okay to actually keep moving towards the east. That's the only motivation for me. So I'm Hemant, as I said. I was born, brought up in Chennai, and I moved to for my bachelor course. I was studying in Hyderabad, Telangana, and then I moved to BHU for my master's. So even though most of you guys right now are probably bachelor course students who are looking for opportunities to go elsewhere, especially to Japan for masters or PhD and so on, I did until my master's in India. And after that, I moved to Taiwan, in fact, to do my PhD and postdoc. And then finally, I started working in Japan. So there are so many takeaways just from the very brief career that I had so far, because I haven't studied in Japan and I could get a job in Japan. Of course, there are much more opportunities if you come study here. Okay, so which I'll explain a bit very briefly. But what, in terms of research that I'm doing currently, primarily I'm looking at biomedical spectroscopy with a big chunk of contribution to data science, especially because we are looking at molecular information. We try to use spectroscopy, lasers, and so on to get molecular information, and then use such spectra in order to make, for example, the diagnostic decisions, especially looking at cancers and oral cancers and so on, and with the help of AI. So if any of you are really interested in something like this, of course, you can write to me. Here's my contact email address. So again, as I said, the key takeaway is that many of you students are probably from that region, or perhaps from different parts of India, and you may be wondering, oh, what happens if I go to another country to study? There are so many speakers discussed about how there is so much of cultural overlap and so on. However, there's a lot of portion of those that are not overlapping. So there will be some culture shock, there will be some problems with food and so on and so forth. But so yeah, do you hear me? So anyways, I think it's fine. So I think students will be proper food or things like that. So don't worry about any of those things. For why, I'll tell you later. But just jump ahead and try to get the best opportunity that you can get, and hope you can study and work in Japan in the future. So we have some good facilities. I don't want to really talk too much about what kind of facilities we have in detail, but primarily we have all sorts of microscopes. It could be different lasers and spectrometers. We try to just get a lot of data using this from different samples like tissues, cells, single cells, saliva, urine, and so on, blood, and so on, and we use it to make disease diagnosis, or sometimes very fundamentally applying for biotechnology like microbial characterization, and so on. So again, if you have interest in if you have background from basic sciences like chemistry or physics or even biology, or from engineering, if you're interested in data science, for example, then you are always welcome to work in my laboratory. So where is Shimane? So many people, even Japanese, do not really know where is Shimane. I'm just jokes apart, but I just want to give you a very brief of where we are located so that you will understand the rest of it. So this is Japan. I think most of you may already know because most of you are interested in Japan. And this part of Japan, right? So Tokyo is somewhere here, Osaka is here, and Shimane is here. Shimane is the name of the state or the prefecture that we call here, and the capital city is the Matsue city, right? Which is somewhere here. And we are located in Matsue city. And what we offer, this is a very remote part of Japan, to be very honest, where we call it as inaka in Japanese, kind of village side. It's not village; it's a big kind of a moderate kind of size city. But what is interesting is that we are one of the least populated states in Japan. So the whole state, the whole state has only about under 7 lakh people living. Can you imagine? That is the state of the village side scene of Japan, and that is one of the reasons why the population is declining, and regions like us are really kind of at the severe end. So we have a lot of land, a lot of ocean here, and there are a lot of interesting things. For example, this is one of the oldest, culturally oldest area in Japan. We have several UNESCO World Heritage sites. The whole island here is a national treasure. UNESCO Geopark. We have 2 national treasures. Castles are always very, very famous in Japan. All over Japan, you will find castles, but there are only 5 castles that are very, very high importance, and one is in Matsue. And we have silver mines. We have one of the best gardens. Again, like castles, wherever you go in Japan, you will always find gardens. And these are kind of very, very important and also aesthetically very pleasing. And number 1 gardens in Japan for the last 20 years is actually located in this region. So there are lots of things, and also a very, very important temple again, or a shrine, I would say, is called Izumotaisha, which is around here. So this region is very peaceful, very quiet, very suitable for education and research, I would say. Well, the title said research opportunities, and so research opportunities for who, right? So today the most, the largest group of audience is probably students, which again I think primarily undergrads, some masters, or probably even students who are doing PhD already currently in India, right? So this is the major chunk that is probably interested to what I'm going to say. In general, because I'm just going to show you the pathways where you can realize that these are existing, and you can take any of the routes you may like. And of course, who have already completed PhDs and probably who are doing postdoc, or even people who are working in various scientific institutions, research institutions in India, or whether somebody who is already working as a professor, whether it's assistant, associate, or full professor, doesn't matter. So any of these will be primarily, I think, be interested if you're interested in Japan. I mean, however, there are also other programs for public servants who are working in Indian government, but we will not be talking about that at all today, because that is not open, and it's only very specific to sectors, and it's very time-bound projects that two governments talk about. So we will not be touching upon that. Well, for all these students and academicians, why Japan? Right? Why Japan? We have been, of course, traditionally going to the West for a long time, but now suddenly, Japan is coming to the scene, especially for higher education. There are, of course, many good reasons. People have, speakers before me have very clearly explained the big advantages that we have, especially, given the geopolitical situation in the current scenario. But just to put it technically, there are about 800 universities. This is the number of universities, right? This is the number of higher education institutions in Japan. And then the blue line, if you look at, this is the number of universities. The number of universities have been steadily growing until early 2000, okay? And now it's kind of plateaued, and probably it may go down a little bit because of the lack of, number of students. But again, that is primarily because of the lack of, population decline. So let's not get into that kind of discussion today, but at least what I want you to realize from this slide is that there are about 800 universities, roughly, right? Roughly speaking, about 800 universities. And what is the interesting point is that more than 40% of the private universities, so this includes all national, public, and private universities. In terms of national universities, there are about 80, 90 universities. In fact, we are also one of the national universities. Now, what I mean by national universities, like central university, you're talking about the JNU, or you're talking about Hyderabad University, HCU, Hyderabad Central University, Pondicherry University, and so on, right? Pune University, and so on. So those are central universities funded directly by the national government. And of course, there are also prefectural universities or state universities, like we have Anna University and so on. So all included, we have about roughly 800 universities. And of course, it primarily means that large chunk of these are private universities. So out of 800, perhaps you can think of it as more than about 600 universities are all private universities. And approximately 40% of the private universities are unable to get enough Japanese students, right? Because there are no Japanese students, that many Japanese students to reach the enrollment capacity. So obviously, the point is that at their peak, they have established fantastic laboratories, excellent facilities, hardcore facilities to do advanced research. However, the facilities do exist, the number of people are going down, so there is not enough students or researchers to actually use the available facilities well, right? So that is exactly what I am interested in. That is why I am pitching for Indian students to come and take advantage of this situation, right? Especially who are interested in research. So that is only one. And just to give you an idea, the number of international students in Japan, steadily increasing. So obviously, because of pandemic, I don't have the exact data now, but obviously now all the things have resumed and students started coming in. So I'm sure it's going to be increasing very rapidly from now on. But anyways, the total number of Japanese students studying in Japan is still very few. As mentioned before, one of the speakers, that about 1,500 or under 2,000 students. So out of 350,000 students, only 2,000 students are coming from India, and that's exactly the lagging point, right? So I hope all of you are listening will definitely be interested in studying in Japan. So anyways, let's come back to the hardcore topic that we are looking at. What are the pathways? What are the things that, so just first let's take an example of students where let me just stand from your end and see, okay, I'm a bachelor student or a master student or a PhD student. When what I put in green is that these are students who are already in India, for example, right? So if you're a bachelor student, naturally, before going to the next point, but the point is all the courses, in fact, bachelor's or master's or PhD, all of them are actually research-based courses. So even for bachelor course, you have to do your own research for the last 1.5 years and write a thesis. All the programs need theses to be submitted. And master's, of course, 2 years program with thesis, and PhD, of course, is the research program, right? So all of them are research-based programs, and master's and PhD can be done in all English. So you do not have to really worry about it. If you really want to get into bachelor itself, you must definitely study Japanese. There are a few all English courses, but in general, you may need a very high level of Japanese language in order to enter bachelor course. But assuming that most of you have already at least either in bachelor course or in other higher education courses, let's see what you do. Right now, as a bachelor student in India, you would either want to get into master, right? Masters in Japan. When I do it in red, so I'm talking about Japan. And if you're already a master student, you want to get into PhD. So I'm already putting it very clearly that these programs are all available in English. So you do not really have to worry too much about studying in Japan, right? So Japanese language definitely is a very important factor if you want to really come and work and sustain here and live longer here. But the point is, if you are primarily interested in research, there is no hurdle, or language is not a real problem. I am teaching in English. I have master students, PhD students, both Japanese students and foreign students, and there's a mix, and we are able to do just fine. So I don't think you should be worrying. You should be really giving too much stress at this point if you are interested in research. So the whole presentation primarily is based on an assumption that you are interested in doing excellent research, right? So there are very few courses, but there are some joint or combined courses where you can do masters plus PhD. That is one very option, but it's not very popular. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether you take this route. You will still take only 5 years after bachelor course in order to get a PhD program, because independent PhD program after your masters is primarily only 3 years in Japan compared to the West, which is an average say 5 years. Even if you take 1 or 2 semesters more in order to complete your PhD in Japan, you will only be at max say 3 to 4 years, not 5-7 years, right? So that will really save up a lot of your time in your life in order to advance in your career, if you can take advantage of that situation. Well, what are the routes? What are the routes? Why do you have to do it, right? So if you want to, for example, if you're already a bachelor student, and if you want to completely go out, for example, come to Japan and study as a full student, so you have to probably enroll in a full course, like master's course or PhD course. Most of the master's courses are privately paid. That means you have to pay from your pocket. However, the fee is one of the lowest among developed countries. So you do not really have to, even if you study master course in India, you are probably almost paying the same money, okay, or probably even more in some places in India, right? So in terms of cost, if you are planning to do in India, it would not be so much different if you want to go and do it in Japan. Well, as I said, one of the best points to keep in mind is that there are excellent research facilities. Not many people to use those facilities, and if you are a serious, if you are serious interest in research, you just have, you hit a jackpot, because if you go to any other place, you will have very low machine time. You cannot just use the machines whenever you want, but here there is much more advantage in order to that means you can push through and get good results in a shorter time. And of course, already you know that universities, most of the universities have good reputation. And one kind of thing that I would like to really stress upon is that, of course, rankings are good. You can look at rankings and so on. But when you are doing, when you are primarily interested in research, rankings should be secondary, because ultimately you will be belonging to a laboratory. you will be working with the professor and other students in the lab, right? Your colleagues. So your whole life, those 3 years or 5 years, will be completely dependent on the research group, the research, the professor, the facility, not the ranking. Ranking will not do anything just to, except for your fancy idea in your head. There is nothing that the ranking will help you to. Of course, that has some advantages, but the primary day-to-day life will completely depend on the professor and the colleagues and your students and the environment in the laboratory. So that is exactly what you must be worrying about. And very the way that research happens here is by personal mentorship, right, at all levels. So there will be a lot of personal care in order to in training students in the beginning. And however, once you are trained, you are let go. You have to do and establish things for yourself. So there will be that very nice personal mentorship that will be available in Japan in general. There are always some bad apples. Let's not go there, but in general, I would definitely be able to say that very nice personal mentorship available for research. And again, people have already mentioned it's very peaceful and extremely safe for all. So it doesn't matter whether you're a boy or a girl, at what age, nobody cares. Just you come, do your job, and that's all it is, right? And last but not least, one of the primary attractive points is that all there are excellent job opportunities. When I said there are industries already established, there are not many people who can enter universities. That same situation is for industry. So there are not many people who can actually enter and continue the manufacturing or whatever, right? The job. So that means, in fact, for anybody who lives in Japan, if you don't really care about what kind of job it is, you have more than one job for yourself, right? According to the statistics, it's about 1.4 jobs per person. That means you can choose what kind of job you want to do, right? So I don't think any Indian student who will come here will be jobless unless you're too specific. If you're too specific, you will be jobless anywhere. But at least there are definitely many jobs, and I'll tell you one thing at the end, just to keep you focused, how you can get it. But in addition to that, so this is like you have to come directly and enroll here. But there is also there are lots of other possibilities like exchange opportunities. If you're already doing, it depends on where you are belonging. For example, if you're doing a master's course there or a PhD course already in India, and you want to come and do part of the research in Japan, if you have a certain mentor who has collaborative research with Japan, there are a lot of funding opportunities which you can discuss with the host professor. He will be able to guide you, right? So there are lots of possibilities to actually even come for a short term and do your research. And also, if there are certain universities who have MOUs signed already with certain Japanese universities, if you are part of such universities in India, that means you also have some programs, some platforms already established where you can actually have direct access to such funds, where you can go for a semester or two or even more, or for just a few weeks to Japanese universities and do your research. And so summer internships is absolutely possible, but again the funding is not very obvious and straightforward. So if you have self-funded or the university or college is funding, it's absolutely possible, because there is not much that we can do from Japanese side in order to invite you and fund everything. It's very difficult. However, there are some very few opportunities, but if you have self-finance, then I think it should not be a problem at all. And a few, but steadily increasing. There are joint programs coming up. And in fact, the HERC that is founded here is also kind of focusing on how to promote such joint programs. So maybe in the future we will be able to access, even Japanese universities and programs, even if you're studying your master's or PhD course in India, because it's not necessary that you may have to actually come to it. So one more. Well, I think these are the opportunities for students. These are the general pathways. But what about researchers, right? When I'm talking about researchers, they are already PhD holders. You have already completed PhD in India, and probably you're looking for a job. Most probably, say, postdoctoral positions. You're already a postdoctoral researcher in India, so you're probably looking for postdoctoral positions in Japan. So there are several. Primarily, everybody talks about, say, JSPs, right? JSPs, of course, is very, very competitive and is one of the best fellowships you can get for postdoc. And you may need a host professor who can apply for you. You cannot apply to JSPs directly. Oh, I want a postdoc position, or I want funding. No, your host professor That means you actually have to contact the professor, find out whether he's interested in your abilities and your skill, and whether you can contribute to the laboratory. If you can convince him or her, probably they will be very happy to write an application for you, right? And you have to come up with some excellent research ideas, and that will be the primary kind of discriminator from all other applicants who will be interested in some professor's research. So if you have excellent ideas, you want to work together for some advantage, of course you can write to some host professor. The same way, there are also university-sponsored postdoctoral fellowships, which not many talk about. And also there are project-specific funding that is also possible if a professor has large funding and if he is also interested in your ability. That means you may also be hired through project funds. So not only JSPS, you may also have other roles. Please keep in mind. Well, if you are scientists working in research institutions, for example, scientists B, C, D, whatever that is, and also which is very similar to academics like professors, right? I'm just putting them together in one category for general purposes because it's assuming that you want to work, you are already working there, you have a position, but you want to expand your research career, you want to expand and do something new with, jointly with Japanese researchers or institutions. Then what you can look at for is there are a lot of JSPS based funding. So these are all funding agencies. Japan Center for Promotion of Science, Japan Science and Technology Agency, Japan International Cooperation Agency. All these agencies have certain specific programs through which you can jointly apply with the host professor. Again, if you are a researcher already in India, you have to find good collaborative partner in Japan, and then you can explore many. Of course, in addition to that, there are several other, but I want to stress on these because these are very straightforward and popular for joint international research programs. And if one of you are interested in just visiting for short term or kind of mid-term as a sabbatical or visiting professor, depending on where you are, in your research career and also your, in your home country. So there are several other possibilities, invitation fellowships for short and long term for people who are already having a full position in India. So these are, you can definitely access. Ultimately, the point is that for all the researchers here, you have to find a host professor, and he or she will be the primary point of contact and will be able to guide you on all these, nitty-gritties of different programs. Well, once you, if you already finish your postdoctoral position, you may want to actually continue, working as an academic or researcher in Japan. So of course, there are many openings that you can apply for directly when you're after your postdoc. So that is one definitely route that is very straightforward because you have experience studying in Japan or working in Japan already as postdoctoral fellow, and there are many avenues that will open up for you. But one thing I would like to also focus, and I want to give confidence to all others as well who are already working in India. If you are really looking for a change and you want, for example, come to Japan, and so there is also this is not very popular route, but it is open. I have seen examples. But if you are on the top of your game, if you are a good researcher, serious researcher with excellent publication record and funding acquisition record and so on, and if you want to come and work in Japan, you are very much, I think, welcome. It's the same, of course, for academic. If you are already a professor there, you want to move, for example, for research, certain whatever reason that is. So it is also possible. So these are the ways. I think there is something for everybody who is interested in research. If you like Japan. So what to keep in mind, I'm going to finish it very quickly now. What do you really have to keep in mind? This is very personal opinion. It may be different based on some people, but based on my general observation, of course, everybody says this. I have to say this because that's the truth. You definitely need Japanese language ability if and only if you really want to plan to work or live in Japan for a longer time. If you really want to only study and just get out of this place, you don't really worry too much about Japanese language, but you cannot, after 5 years, you cannot say, oh, I want to stay and then I haven't learned language and I'm not getting any opportunities later. So if you really are sure that you don't want to continue in Japan, you can as well come here, get your PhD, master's and PhD in a shorter time compared to the West, and then still go on elsewhere. But if you choose to be in Japan for whatever reason that is, you like culture, you like research, whatever, job, you really have to have patience. True patience. Right? Patience is not like, oh, just wait. No, it's not like that. You really have to have trust. You have to earn the trust and keep the trust for a very long time, only then you will really start shining. It's a very, very slow process. And networking, I think it's common anywhere for everything, networking, but especially in Japan, because everything is trust based. If you do not know somebody who really believes in you, you're not going anywhere. So you have to really work on the trust factor, which I'm not writing here, but I'm stressing again and again, because that's the key for almost every point that I'm talking about, right? So again, because of that, you will have slow and sustainable personal growth. I'm not saying sustainable growth doesn't mean like, it's rapidly growing economy. I'm not saying. I'm only saying that as a person, as a family, or individual, you will have slow growth, but you will keep growing sustainably. So you will feel happy that okay, at every point in time you're taking one step slowly up, moving upwards. But you will not have like sudden jump and then no growth forever. No, it's not like that here. And anywhere, in any job, whether industry, whether it is academic, whether it is any job, you will have some kind of a mentor. Without mentorship, it's very hard, and the culture is such that you will end up finding some personal mentor who will be very supportive. And this thing I'm really going to stress. Maybe people don't talk about it, perhaps because this is kind of east versus west kind of thing, right? So I'm not blindly blanket comments, but the point is there is absolutely no racism. Rather, you're actually, as an Indian, you're respected and you're most welcome as long as you're doing your job well and doing not creating any trouble. And again, excellent job opportunities. The caveat is that if you are the right fit for the job, if you have the right skill or language, whether you have language or not, it all depends on what kind of job you're looking at, right? But what I can say is, if you are the right fit, definitely there are excellent job opportunities in Japan for everybody, including Indians. So what I would like to end with is, I would like to welcome you all to Shimane whenever you have a chance. And if you want to study, that's fine. But please visit Shimane. Shimane is very beautiful, and this is sunset, one of the famous places to visit to watch sunset, and just about 4 kilometers from my home. So many times I do go and watch sunset. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, you are free to write to me. And thank you very much for the opportunity once again.
Thank you, Dr. Nuthalapati, for this exciting presentation. Now I would like to welcome Ms. Khushi Zaveri, founder EDU Japan. She will be presenting a study in Japan, overview of admission and scholarship in Japanese universities. This presentation will be virtual, so I'll request the IT team to connect with her on Zoom. Please have a round of applause for Ms. Khushi Zaveri.
Introduction. I'll share my screen right away. I hope you can see my screen clearly. All right, then I'll begin right away. All right, so very good evening to all the students, parents, and distinguished guests. I'd like to first extend my heartfelt gratitude to IJBC for organizing the conference to foster India-Japan relations in the education realm. It's an honor to be attending the conference, even though it's virtually, and I sadly could not attend. But thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present virtually. And I hope today I can successfully provide students, parents, and all the representatives of the university or valuable insights into the Japanese education landscape. So I know it's been a long day, so thank you for being a wonderful audience and for being so patient. I know the previous speakers and the university representatives today have mentioned about the excellent opportunities of studying and working in Japan, and the need for Indian students to go to Japan for better prospects. But many of you might ask, how do we start? Where do we start from? When do we start? How do I get support from someone even after the conference? I'm sure you have many questions, so that's why I'm here today. As the founder and the educational consultant for EDU Japan, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce you to Japan's first and only higher educational services platform, that serves as a bridge between Japanese universities and international students. So feel free to check our website and follow us on Instagram. And I'll delve into important aspects about Japanese education system. So about us, EduJapan is your one-stop solution for all your questions, concerns, and queries regarding Japanese universities, career prospects, and overall life in Japan. We are a comprehensive resource that aims to strengthen students' application in order for them to get great education in one of the safest countries in the world. We provide information on scholarships, admission procedures, English medium programs, and so much more, which I'll delve into later. But we are here today to support your journey to Japan and encourage you to walk your journey with EduJapan through counseling sessions or also just going through our website and checking a lot of the information for free. So now I'll talk a little about myself. So in regard to my background, I believe I serve as a perfect example of India-Japan collaboration that has been ongoing for several decades now. Having been raised in Japan and living here for 20 plus years, I have been exposed to both the Indian and the Japanese culture during my formative years. I graduated from a CBSE school in Tokyo, which might sound surprising to many. And I went ahead to pursue my bachelor's in Keio University, which is an eminent private university in Japan. And I studied from the Faculty of Environment and Information Studies. I was honored with a scholarship for 3 years at Keio University, and I received a research grant. And I have so far presented in a couple of conferences, and I hope today as well I'm able to give you valuable insights. And in regard to my work experiences, I'm currently working as the educational consultant for EduJapan, and I have been working for the University of Tokyo India office as the international coordinator for the past 3-4 years. And I have 5+ years of experience in the field of Japan's higher education. So feel free to contact me if you have any questions regarding Japan. I would love to help you with any of your queries. So moving on, why should you choose Japan as your destination? Today, students are going through so many other destinations. There's so many potential study abroad destinations out there. But why am I encouraging you, all the other representatives as well, encouraging you to pursue higher studies in Japan is because of 6 main reasons that I would like to highlight today. First, Japan is a developed country. It is the third largest economy. Even though it's a developed country, it is extremely safe. It is one of the most ideal places to live in. It is safe even for women. I can assure you, you go down at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. I can guarantee you nothing will happen. Safety is not even a concern. Japan is extremely safe and has one of the lowest crime rates in the world. It is high in demand. So there's high demand for international students because of the aging population. So great prospects right now if you want to study in Japan. Great opportunities, and universities will also be talking about the opportunities they have to offer. Health policies, 30% of it is covered by the government, which is a lot in compared to other countries and the West. It costs very less. So health insurance is not very expensive in Japan. Public transportation, I'm sure all of you know that Japan is known for its bullet trains, Shinkansen. It's great train and bus network, and it's very affordable. So commuting on a day-to-day basis will not be that difficult. And lastly, affordable education. If you go to the West for education, many of you might know you have to pay 5 to 10 times the tuition fee than of international students, than for domestic students. So as you're an international student, you'll have to pay 5 times more. But in Japan, whether you're a domestic student or an international student, the tuition fee is same. And in fact, there are more scholarships for international students. So this is one of the very important reasons for why I'm encouraging you to pursue your higher studies. Moving on, I'll talk a little about the structure of the Japanese education system. So So unlike India, Japan's education system is very fragmented. Every program within every university has a different application timeline, which can only be fully understood by an individual who has been part of the system for quite some time. So Japanese universities are categorized international, that are founded by the Japanese government, public, that are led by local public entities, and private, that are funded by private organizations. Now 77% below. See, in Japan, undergraduate program 4 years, whether you do liberal arts, commerce, or science, whichever stream you take. And PhDs, so it won't take much time for you to pursue a PhD. The English programs in Japan are well renowned. They have a lot of programs at very affordable prices in compared to other countries in the West. So please keep this in mind and proceed. Now, there are many misconceptions of Japan. Some of you might have heard that Japanese is mandatory. It is required before studying in Japan. Please keep in mind that Japanese is not required. Most of the international students here do not know Japanese at all. I'm not saying don't learn Japanese. If you have it, great. If you have a JLPT certification, that's great. It will strengthen your application. But is it mandatory? No, it is not mandatory. Please keep this in mind. Then education is not expensive in Japan. Even if you do not get a scholarship here, public universities is 3 lakh rupees. Private is 5 to 10 lakh rupees per year. So keep this in mind. If you get scholarships, you can get many tuition reduction scholarships as well. But also if you don't get a scholarship, it's not very expensive. And there are many English programs in Japan. People think that there aren't that many, but there are many. It's difficult to find information on the internet, but that's why we are here to help you with the process. But there are many English programs that you could apply for. And as the previous speaker mentioned, that racism and discrimination is not really an issue in Japan. People are very friendly. Japan is known for its kindness. So it's not a very significant issue. And the fifth one, the other misconception is there aren't scholarships. There's a lot of financial aid. You do not need to get more than 90% to get a scholarship. Japanese universities don't only look at your transcripts. They look at how you are as an individual. So if you are good in, if you have done more internships or more activities, if you have expertise in other realms, they take that into consideration. So even if you're not a 90% student, it's fine. You can apply for scholarships. So please keep in mind that all of these are misconceptions. Nothing of this is true. And I hope I can debunk more misconceptions that you have outside this context. Okay. So now coming back to EduJapan and what we do, our ethos and mission is you dream, we support, and you achieve. So what we mean by this is we strongly encourage you to dream, and our responsibility is to help you achieve your dreams. We first try to understand your fields of interest and priorities, and then provide you with comprehensive support through our platform. And lastly, we maximize the chances of you getting accepted to the university of your choice. We have proved our commitment by supporting several international students with their journeys to Japan, and I'll share the testimonials later. But this is what we strongly believe in. So this is our website. You can scan the QR code on the right, and you can get access to our website. Now, some of the services that we offer are, first, study and work life in Japan. We provide valuable insights into the day-to-day life, the expenditure, the monthly expenditure, how is life in general in Japan as an international student. We help you with that. Next, university counseling service. we provide personal assistance to every student. Next is Japanese university profiles. You can find a list of universities, Japanese universities. I'll show you the slide for that later. But you have access to all the Japanese university profiles for free. So please keep this in mind. And lastly, on our website, you also have access to the experiences, the footage of international students in Japan. You can learn about the scholarships they have, their experience, the part-time jobs they're doing, the internships that they're doing. You get a comprehensive overview of the people living in Japan at the moment. Now, going to the first service, I'll be talking about the University Counseling Service because that's our priority. That's the focus of this platform. We help you prepare all the application documents for every university. Keep in mind that Japanese universities are very particular with document submission. Every program has a different set of requirements and templates that need to be followed. In order for you to do this with ease, we help you with all the templates you need and guidelines that need to be followed to prepare the documents in a timely and organized manner. We will also proofread your documents if you need help with essays. If you do not know how to write essays, it's a daunting process and it's very tedious as well. So we make sure that we help you in that so that your essay aligns with what the university is looking for. And we simultaneously recommend excellent government and private scholarships, not only to high CGPA students, but also students who show immense potential in other fields. And we keep in track of all the deadlines. For every application process, there are 2 to 3 rounds. So we handle all of that. You will just have to prepare the basic documents and the rest is handled by us. So this is the 5-step process of our university counseling service. First is we find programs of your field of interest. For example, if you have a budget in mind, we keep that into consideration. For you, if ranking is a priority, we try and understand what you're looking for and what is your priority, and we come up with a list of programs that align with what you're looking for. Second is documentation. LORs, recommendation letters, essays. You will have to prepare a lot of this. So I'll help you with that. Scholarships, you have to write different essays for scholarships. You also have to prepare for the interview. A lot of the information is not on the university website. But because I have the experience, I can guide you thoroughly with the entire application process. And the fourth is apply to universities. We'll help you with the process. And the fifth one is the enrollment procedures, but that is only once you get accepted. So it's not even a 5-step process, it's only a 4-step process. And we are with you throughout the 4-step process. And the fifth one is very simple. The university will guide you with the enrollment procedures. It's a very simple process and it's a collaborative journey. Moving on to our next service, which is the Japanese University Profile. Now, I'll get into this service, which is free of cost. So in case you don't want to opt for our personal counseling service, it's completely okay. You can always access the free information available on our website. You just need to scan the QR code and you can access the various university profiles, which is only found on EduJapan. If you go to any other university websites or any other platforms, it's very difficult to navigate, which many of you might have experience with. But EduJapan makes everything much easier. Just one click and you get information about the universities. And we'll be updating more profiles soon. So kindly bookmark this page and scan this QR code. For example, if you click on one of those university profiles, you can click on any. So for example, I clicked on Keio University. Once I click on Keio University, the page of Keio University will be displayed in where the introduction, the basic details about the university, and also you can find the English medium programs. So if you click on the red bar on top of the picture, you'll be directed to all the English programs offered by this university. So it makes the whole process so much easier. You don't have to go to multiple tabs looking for particular information. Next is international student experiences. Now, many of you, today you are listening to me talking and the representatives will be talking, but I'm sure you also want to learn a little from the people who are actually studying in Japan at the moment. If that's the case, you can scan this QR code and you'll get access to all the international students who are studying in universities in Japan, whether it's public, private, or national university. Regardless, we have footage of the international students studying in Japan. So if you want to learn about scholarships, part-time jobs, extracurricular activities, job prospects, why did they choose that particular university? All you need to do is scan this QR code and you get access to the information. I'll show you an example now so you get an idea. I'll play the video.
A place to discover your own potential. A place to discover your own potential.
Provides the building blocks to create a better future.
A place designed for future change makers.
AK is everything that Hiroshima City is all about. I mean, it's an international city. Every street is booming with diversity, diverse culture, diverse restaurants, diverse food. And AK University is nurturing that potential in academic field.
So I hope that gave you a gist of what the videos are about. This is about the university, but you can also find information about the scholarships and the tuition fee, the scholarships that international students in Japan have, and the scholarships provided by the particular university. Everything is on our website. So all you have to do is scan the QR code and access the website. So now let's compare. You may ask that there are some existing websites by the government or other private platforms, but how does EduJapan stand out in this case? Here is a basic comparison. There might be a couple of consulting firms in India that promote Japan's education, but not many know the real requirements due to the limited resources on the internet. Some counselors believe Japanese is a requirement. Some say SATs is a requirement. Some feel Japan is very expensive in terms of education. But I can assure you that many representatives today from the universities will agree with me when I say that one can only truly understand the requirements of Japanese universities by either interacting with the university itself or someone who has been studying and living in Japan for a decent amount of time. So as I've been fortunate to be working in the education sector, and not only have I studied, but have also lived in Japan for 20+ years, I believe I can address all your questions regarding Japan. Even if you do not choose to go with a counseling service, we provide free consultation. The first time you can book a consultation with us for free and ask us any questions you have regarding Japan. Our website is very easy to navigate. We are a very unbiased platform. Our website has all the answers to all your questions, and we are located in Japan. So we will provide you with first-hand, we'll provide you with information which is really accurate. We're very transparent with the way we work. We'll provide you first-hand insights because I have received a scholarship. If scholarship is an important criteria for you, I can help you with that as well. Maybe you won't be able to find that transparency from other platforms because they're not located in Japan. But I think that's what makes EduJapan stand out. Here's a testament to our commitment and quality of service. Our client recently was admitted to Sophia University, one of the most eminent private universities in Japan. And many other students have passed several other rounds at other universities. You can check them out on our Instagram page as well. In addition to our university counseling service, our free consulting service received an incredible response. 90% of the students and parents have given us a 5 on 5 rating and would recommend us to their respective circles. The rest of the clients gave us a 4 out of 5 rating, with not even a single client giving us an average or below average rating. These reviews reflect that our quality of service is not affected by any external factors, and in fact, it demonstrates our passion to provide students with fantastic educational opportunities at Japanese universities. So now I'll just quickly sum up the 5 main reasons for why you should choose EduJapan for your journey to Japan. So the 5 main reasons why you should choose EduJapan as a trusted companion is first, as I'll be your admissions counselor or education consultant. As I mentioned earlier, I am a Japanese national, a graduate, and a scholarship recipient. So I can provide you with first-hand valuable insights into Japan's education. Second, some of the universities that we'll be presenting today, we actually conducted field work with them a year ago. We visited their universities personally, and we interviewed the students. So you can find a lot of the information on our website as well. We have developed a close relationship with Japanese universities. Third is comprehensive profile building. We analyze your profile, not only your marks, everything, whether it's extracurriculars, anything else that you've done, your publications, whatever you've done, we analyze your profile and provide insights to strengthen your application for Japanese universities. And fourth point is we understand the requirements of every university, and we assure that your application is strengthened by 10 times. And fifth is, as you just saw, the feedback has been really positive. Clients are happy with the service that we offer, and we hope to continue giving the best to our clients and help more students to come to Japan for higher studies. And hopefully, from the audience, we have a couple of students coming to us so that we can be their companion in their journey to Japan. So we, EduJapan, would like you to be our next success story. So please take a picture of this slide and feel free to DM us on Instagram or book a free consultation by just scanning the QR code. In case you're not available on Instagram, you can always email us at edujapan@gmail.com, or you can access our website, or you can also contact me on LinkedIn. You can learn all about Japanese universities, admissions, and scholarships through our Instagram page. In case you want to come to Japan in 2024, I would highly recommend you to contact us as soon as possible, as the applications have begun in most of the universities. I hope I was able to provide you with valuable insights into Japan's education, and I look forward to interacting with you very soon and meeting some of you in Japan. So thank you so much for your time and for your patience, and I look forward to talking with you all very soon to the consultations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zaveri, for this informative presentation. I'm sure the students have a lot to take away from this. For our next speaker, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Yamamoto Ai, Admission in Charge, Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University, for her presentation. Please have a round of applause for Ms. Yamamoto.
Mela, hello, namaste. I'm too short to, can you see me? Okay. Yeah. Mera naam Ai hai, and me. Okay. I'm from Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University. I'm with my colleague Ishana, and she will be coming up later today. So in next 20 minutes, that'll be great if you can be with us. So that's our university, Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University. We call it APU. So we have the undergraduate program and graduate program. So I'm sure many of you are already studying here. So you can take the graduate information later in this presentation. In the first part, I'm going to talk about the undergraduate program mainly. So that's our campus. It's on the top of the mountain, surrounded by great nature. So not like Pune, and not like Delhi, Tokyo. It's not busy. It's very calm, nice place to study. All you can do is study or making friends. Yeah. All right. Can we go next slide? Thank you. All right. So this is map of Japan. Somebody said, "Oh, I bet somebody liked Demon Slayer so much, right?" Yeah. So we are in the south part of Japan, in Oita Prefecture, Beppu City. So there's a temple related to Demon Slayer. So we have some tourists who like Demon Slayer. Yeah. Okay. So and that's a small, good-sized city. Let's go next. Right. So that's our students' body. We have students 5,700. Yeah, it's not mammoth university. It's a small, good size of university. Our concept is having half international students, half domestic students, Japanese students. Yeah. So not only from India, we have students from Indonesia, Taiwan, Vietnam, Africa, European countries. I can't say all because 95. Now more than 100 countries and regions represented on our campus. Faculty members also, we have sensei, teachers from Japan, United States, Australia, Philippines, many more. So you will be meeting, learning from those faculty members. So APU in Japan, but very multicultural university. Thank you. As for Indian students, how many you think we have Indian students? Anyone can guess? 1,000? Oh my gosh, that's a lot less. But thank you for the guess. 70 Indian students for undergrad, 9 for graduate school. So 33%, which is the largest percentage of Indian students who are attending private university in Japan as undergrad. Yeah, so APU shares the #1 number. So that's India Week happened in the university. So Indian students, also non-Indian students, performed Indian dance, served Indian food to showcase Indian culture for the other students. That's how we celebrate each culture. Very happy to welcome, it was very happy to welcome Mr. Murali Dharan, the Minister of India. So can you click one more? Okay, yeah. And then Mr. Gili from the Consul General of India. They especially came to APU to celebrate this India Week together with us. Hi. So happy to know Indian government has recognized that we provide education for Indian youth as well. Thank you. And they took even selfie, no? Okay. So, and then this is a ranking. We are ranked 24th in Japan out of 786 university, which is quite good ranking. Like we are very new university. 2000 we were created, so very good mark, I feel. Okay, let's go next. Yeah, you can click all. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, thank you. So the guests talked about knowing Japanese language, very important if you come to Japan, which is true, but I feel it's very hard on you if you have to know all the kanjis and everything. I can even forget many kanjis. So for you to apply to APU, you don't need to know any Japanese language. Yeah, all the application can be done in English. You can take regular lectures in English. Almost all the courses provided both in English and Japanese. Yeah, but it's good to know, it's convenient for you to know Japanese language. So we teach you Japanese language after your enrollment from the scratch. Yeah. So for 1.5 years, it's going to be mandatory Japanese language, but it's in the curriculum. Yeah. So that's how international students improve their Japanese language as well. Okay, you can go next. You can go. All right. So in undergrad level, what you can study, if you have the siblings or relatives who are seeking, please let them know. 3 colleges we have. The first one, College of International Management, where they can receive the Bachelor of Business Administrations. Please. Okay. For specialization, Entrepreneurship and Operations Management, Marketing, Strategic Management and Leadership, Accounting, Finance. Maybe you may have heard of AACSB accreditation, which only top 5% of all the business schools in the world have this accreditation. We are one of the universities who has it. Thank you. College of Asia Pacific Studies, which you can receive the College of Social, Bachelor of Social Sciences. Under this college, you can study global economy, culture, society, media, and international relations. So basically humanity and then international relations. College of Sustainability and Tourism, where you can study the tourism hospitality management. Japan is a good place to learn the hospitality. Also, environmental studies. So if we want to contribute to solve the environmental issues, you can study in this College of Sustainability and Tourism. So we try to make the curriculum flexible. So for example, you got into the College of International Management. You can still take the subjects from the other colleges, like subject related to international relations or environmental studies. So you can kind of design your curriculum on, based on your preference and the interest. All right. So we are friendly financially as well. So let me invite Ishana what we mean.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So just to pick up from where my colleague Agisan left off. So for undergraduate students, we have on-campus accommodation, but generally most students stay in our apartment buildings that are around the city of B.P.U. Coming to scholarships, so at the undergraduate level, we have mostly one type of scholarship that we award you before you go to Japan, and that's called the APU Tuition Reduction Scholarship. So typically, the tuition fees is about 7,60,000 rupees per year, and it's a 4-year degree at the undergraduate level. On average, Indian students tend to get a 65% scholarship, so that brings down the cost to 2,60,000 rupees per year. We've also, of course, had students get 100% scholarship and more, but those, of course, get very competitive. The average cost of living is not as high as you would find in some of the bigger cities like Tokyo and Osaka. And that's why we've chosen B.P.U. to make it a lot more affordable for international students. So basically, the cost is about 6 lakh rupees, counting all your food, accommodation, transport, utilities, etc. We also have a lot of exchange programs. So you can go overseas to the US, Europe, Australia, Singapore, to take part in a semester exchange. These are some of the universities that we've partnered with for exchange programs. We also have a very, very active and vibrant student life. So students sometimes start their own clubs, but there's a lot of sports as well as dance, drama, business clubs, and our students are very engaged. We, of course, have a lot of students taking up part-time jobs, especially from their second year onwards. Initially, they're very basic part-time jobs that can be either on campus or off campus. It's a great opportunity for students to practice their Japanese language and to interact with locals. So here are some of the major employers and also their photos of some of our recent Indian graduates. So the male student on the top is from Lucknow, and he was working at Apple in Japan. Now, then he moved back to India, worked for Mitsui & Co. in Delhi, and now he's back at Apple in Dubai. I need to update that. And another student is working at Kose Cosmetics, and another student named Ali is now working with Dentsu, and they're all very happy with their placements. And we've noticed a lot of us Indian students being very globally mobile, so you're not just limited to working in Japan once you graduate. So these are some of the major companies. We also have a lot of students who go on to do internships and work for the United Nations. And then, of course, for students who complete undergraduate, we offer them placements at some of the top graduate schools in the world, or they can even stay on to study at our university. So I won't go into undergraduate applications, but just skipping straight to the graduate schools. So at the undergraduate level, you would be studying for 4 years, but at the graduate level, these are 2-year degrees. So we have two main colleges. So one is the Graduate School of Asia Pacific Studies, where you can get a Master in Asia Pacific Studies or International Cooperation Policy. These are MSc programs. And then we also have one PhD program that's 3 years long, that is in Asia Pacific Studies. Then we also have the Graduate School of Management, which is the MBA program. So these are the various specializations that we offer. And just please take note that for the Graduate School of Asia Pacific Studies, you don't need to have any work experience. As soon as you graduate from university here, even 3 years of education is accepted. You can then straight away enroll. But for the MBA program, because of the accreditations that we have, like AMBA as well as AACSB, we have very strict entry criteria, and you have to have 3 years of work experience minimum. So coming to the cost, so it's basically the GSA, which is our MSc programs. Those are the most affordable, which is 2.8 million Japanese yen for 2 years. So we divide that in half for the per year cost. And then Graduate School of Management, that's GSM, that's the cost for the MBA program, 3.8 million. And then GSD is the doctoral program. So that's the total cost for 3 years. And here, we have a lot of scholarships available. So APU we have our own tuition reduction scholarship that goes up to 100%. But then there's also MEXT, etc., Asian Development Bank. You can apply for those scholarships. Those are external, so you'd have to go on to a different website to apply, but we can guide you through that. And basically, the scholarship that ends up being the highest is what will apply to you. So if APU gives you an 80% scholarship, but MEXT is giving you 100%, then MEXT will apply, and vice versa. Yeah, and of course, all our courses are taught in English, even at the master's level. And learning Japanese language, because it's only a 2-year program, we don't teach it as a compulsory subject, but we encourage students to take it on as extra subjects while they're studying at graduate school. So that's me, Ishana, and I have a colleague named Deep. Some of you may have met him at our stall outside. So both of us are based in Mumbai, and you can contact us anytime for help with your applications or any questions that you have about our university. So you can just take a photo of that. And that is our Instagram. So in case you want to learn more about what's going on our campus and what kind of clubs we have and events, please follow us. We're very active. Yeah. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and hope you enjoyed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the enlightening presentation. Now, one by one, I would like to call back Ms. Yamamoto Ai on stage. Professor Yasuyuki Miyauchi, Director, Global Recruiting, International University of Japan. Mr. Dhaval Mehta, CEO, TNI Career Consulting. And Mr. Kazunori Sasaki, Senior Manager, University of Tokyo, India Office, Delhi. I would also like to call Mr. Ashish Kasbe to felicitate our esteemed guests. A round of applause, everyone. Professor Yasuyuki Miyauchi. Ms. Yamamoto Ai. Mr. Dhaval Mehta. Mr. Dhaval Mehta. Last but not least, Mr. Kazunori Sasaki. I would request all the guests to assemble together for a group picture. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you, Mr. Ashish Kasbe, for felicitating the guests. Now I would like to give the stage to Professor Yasuyuki Miyauchi, Director, Global Recruiting, International University of Japan, for his presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Miyauchi from International University of Japan. Today, I'll speak a few minutes, and afterward, the detail of our university is explained by my colleague, Deepika-san. Deepika-san, please come up. Firstly, I'd like to explain our university. Our university is not so big. Every year, only 200 students join to our university. But there are three very unique points. First one, mission. Our school's mission is to educate global leaders not Japanese leader, global leader. Therefore, if you want stay a calm life, our school is not good. But if you want to be the top of the society or group or country, and they save the country to bring some solution, in the time, our university is the idea. Good goal. Second point, our university's future very unique. Even in Japan, and our university is located not in Tokyo, rural area of in Japan. However, 100% curriculum is taught by English. No Japanese is required. And number of Japanese is less than 10%. 19% students come from more than 70 countries. And this year, we welcome 11 students from India. Very quite a big number, because total number is only 200. And third point, because of the major student, international student, therefore, our university is designed for international students 100%. Within the campus, official language is not Japanese, only English. And then we provide a lot of scholarship. Therefore, 82% of international students get full scholarship. Full scholarship. And the remaining 18%, also they get some scholarship. Our Japanese staff collecting the donation from the big companies in order to support international students. This is our 3 unique points. Okay, so please explain detail of our university, because she just come back from the IUJ, Niigata. Okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Deepika Sharma from Delhi. We are basically the authorized representative of IUJ. From last many years, I have been helping students for their application to IUJ. So if I talk about myself, I have done my MBA from India only. And I'm happy that I'm connected with IUJ and helping a student for their application to IUJ. So now let me explain you, brief you about the IUJ. So basically IUJ is International University of Japan, which is one of the oldest university in Japan, which offer courses in English. And the university is established in 1982. And so here's the agenda of my today's presentation. So basically I will be giving you an overview about the programs and the advantages of pursuing your degree from IUJ, as well as I will explain you about the admission procedure and the scholarships. And maybe we'll have a Q&A after that. Next, moving ahead, let me tell you where the IUJ is located. So as Miyauchi-san has mentioned, so we are not in Tokyo. Here's the map of Japan. So IUJ is located in a Niigata prefecture, which also so it's like 90 minutes away by a bullet train, and from Niigata it's like 40 minutes. And the university is located in a very beautiful area, which is covered by mountain, cherry blossom tree, and also you can see in the picture it's extremely beautiful. Let me move ahead with the about the IUJ and overview. So as I mentioned, the university is established in 1982. We don't have undergraduate program, we only have the graduate programs. So we have two programs, Graduate School of International Relations, and then we have a Graduate School of International Management. As Miyauchi Sensei has mentioned that it's a small university. We welcome around 200 new students every year, and they are coming from 70 countries. And all the classes are taught in English, so I always heard everywhere from every student that the Japan has a language barrier, how can we go there, we need to learn the Japanese first. No, it's not like that. Maybe in other cities you may require the Japanese language, but at IUJ, all the courses are taught in English, and not even courses, all the environment at IUJ is in English only. Everybody talks in English. So maybe if you go out from the IUJ, you will feel like you are in Japan, but if you are in IUJ, you may not feel like that. So the university is highly international university because the students are coming from 70 countries. It's located in a very beautiful rural environment. As also I mentioned, it's called as Snow Country. You can look at the picture here. It's a summer entrance, IUJ entrance in the summer and in the winter. Let's move ahead and let me explain you about the courses we have. So we do have GSIR and GSIM, and we also newly had offered PhD programs. So I will explain you deeply about the programs in my next slide. Right now, allow me just notify you that we have a very unique cross-registration system. Like if you are applying in GSIR, you have option to choose your from the GSIM as well. So basically, you will choose your electives, you will choose your curriculum as according to your future goal. Let me go ahead with the, so here's the GSIR, which is Graduate School of International Relations. So in Graduate School of International Relations, we have International Relation program, in which the degree will be a MA degree in International Relations, MA degree in Political Science. Then we have this International Development program, and the degree will be like MA in International Development and the MA in Economics. The Public Management and Policy Analysis program is there, and that is the degree will be like MA in Public Management and MA in Public Science. Then we have this newly offered J.G.D.P. Japan Global Development Program, and the degree will be same like MA in International Relations, MA in Economics, MA in International Development, MA in Public Management. These all courses are for 2 years. Then we have another 1-year program as well, that is International Public Policy program. And we do have PhD program, and in PhD we have 3 clusters. We have International Relations, we have Economics, and then we have Public Management. Let me move to the GSIM. So here are the course of GSIM, the Graduate School of International Management. And in GSIM, we have MBA for 2 years. And then we have this intensive MBA program for the working people. Those who have 3 to 5 years of work experience can go for the IMBA. Then again, we have the GGTP program for the GSIM students. And lastly, we have this digital transformation program that is also for the working people, and that's also a 1-year program. Let's move ahead. So the advantages of pursuing your degree at IUJ. So we give a quality education. So you can see here we are the accredited by AACSB. Only 5% of the business school has this accreditation in the world, and we are one of them. And the School of International Relations is selected as one of the top school for IMF scholars. So let me talk about the ratio of the number of student per faculty member in IUJ and in other countries. So if you see in USA, it's like 1 faculty member for 15 students. And if I talk about UK, it's like 1 faculty member for 10 students. In Japan itself is like 1 faculty member for 19 students. But in IUJ, we have 1 faculty member for 80 students. I personally I personally have seen how professors teaching in the class. I never have seen so interactive class. So it's like because the number of students are less, so teacher gets more time and the professor interact with every student there in the class. So also it's not like they are teaching you in the class, you also can access your faculty member even after the class. Yes. So as I mentioned in my earlier slide, that the curriculum is adaptable adaptable to your needs. You can choose your electives, you can make your curriculum as per your future goals. We also have a special guest lecture and the field trips for students to enhance their skills, to see how the things are going. And then we have the excellent learning environment. So excellent learning environment means, I'm mentioning in my PPTs that we have a student from 70 countries. So we have an excellent environment there. Because look at this picture, you will see the diversity of a student. So as though it's not about doing your degree there, it's not about learning. It's about you will be able to see how, because the students are coming from different part of the world, and every student had their own thoughts, and also they have a different perception. So it's about doing degree along with having a multicultural team leadership experience, also having a different perceptions. So also we have alumni around 5,000, those who are from 140 countries, which means wherever you go in the world, you will find at least one IUJ alumni there. So if you come to IUJ, you will be part of that big network. So if I talk about the current students, so we have around 237 current students in Graduate School of International Relations. And in Graduate School of International Management, we have around 137 students, and they are from United States, Latin America, Japan, Asia, East Europe, and many more countries. So from India, we currently have 23 students, and the alumni are 187 from India. So here's a voice of one of our alumni, Mr. Gopi Sumya. He's working with Microsoft Japan Company Limited right now. You can see his message on the IUJ's website. Excellent living environment. So here's the map of our campus. If you look at this picture, So here's the main building we have where all the classes happens. Along with that, we have the library, which is open till the late night. We also have a computer room there, which is accessible 24/7. We have the research institute. We have gym, cafeteria, school shop. And also we have a single student dormitory at the campus. Along with that, we have a married student dormitory. And we also have faculty residence here. So you may not be able to see here, but the campus is covered by tree, forest, and the mountains, which makes IUJ campus is very beautiful. I would ask you to go to the IUJ's Instagram page, go to the YouTube and see the campus life. You will be able to witness the beauty of IUJ, which I personally admire. And these are the picture of summer, winter, autumn, and spring in IUJ. These are the IUJ's campus picture. You can see the beauty here. And these are the facilities we have at IUJ. So we have the dormitory for the student. Along with that, we have sharing kitchen in the dormitory. So sometimes Indian students don't want to eat Chinese, don't want to eat Japanese, so they have the sharing kitchen. I have seen in the evening all the students, Indian student and other nationality student, they come together, they cook together, they enjoy the dinner together. So you have the sharing kitchen, you can enjoy the cooking there. We have this barbecue site, and then as I mentioned, the library is open till the late night, and the computer room is you can access the computer room 24/7, so you can continue your study further in the computer room after the classes. And here are some pictures where we do some activities at IUJ. It's like the first picture is for the international festival. So I guess in May, we have a festival called International Festival, where all the students, those who are coming from the different part of the world, they represent their culture, their food, their dance, not even IUJ members, not even faculty member, even some people around the Minami Onuma seat, they also come to see the international festival there. And here are pictures where students are enjoying the barbecue. And there is a native Japanese festival called Naked Festival. And if you can see, there is a picture where some students are giving Japanese presentation. So along with your degree, you have an opportunity to pursue your Japanese language there. So it's not mandatory to do the Japanese language, but definitely you have an opportunity. If you want to pursue, you can pursue a pursue your Japanese language. And here are some students, those giving the Japanese presentation here. Let's move to the next slide. So the admission procedure and the scholarship, which is the main motive of my to explain you here. So the IUJ admission procedure is complete online procedure. So you just need to go to the IUJ website, register yourself there. Once you register yourself there, you will get an ID and password, and you can start your application. You can fill up your academic details. Maybe you need to upload some documents, which I'll be explaining in my next slide. Do the payment submission, and then you will get the announcement of your result. We do require an interview, but that is only for the domestic students. Some application of international management will also require for an interview. And PhD student also need to do the interview for the application. So application material, so as I mentioned, it's an online application. So two most important things we require in the application is your personal statement and the research topic. And English score is not required for Indians, because those who have 15 or 16 years of education in English, they don't require the TOEFL or IELTS. So we do require some of the scanned certificate like transcripts, graduation certificates and all. We also ask you for the recommended information. If university or the admission committee feel, they may contact your recommender to give the recommendation. There is a small amount of application fee you need to pay, that is 5,000 yen, which comes around 3,300 INR. And those who are going to apply for the Graduate School of International Management, they need to have the GMAT or GRE score. And here are the deadline of IUJ. So we have one intake in a year, that is in September. And the application deadlines are 3. So there are first deadline is in Jan, second is in Feb, and then we have the last deadline is in March. So those who are looking for the good scholarship, I would recommend you to go for the first and second deadline, because the chances of getting good scholarship are in first and second deadline. Definitely you can apply in the third deadline as well, but the chances become less for the scholarship. And there are the dates for the PhD program. It's like 25th November, it's like tomorrow. And then another is second Feb, and then March. So here's the idea about the application fee. It's like, the school expenses. It's like admission fee is 300,000 yen, which is around 2,142 USD. And for the tuition, it's like $22,860. And then 27,860 for the 1-year program. These are 1-year fees. And then we have this monthly dormitory fees, which includes the internet line, is around 39,000 INR and $278 for a single room, and then $379 for the married student. And roughly estimate of monthly living expenses is $36 for utilities and $240 for the meals. But definitely now you must be having, it's very expensive. So we have these scholarship options. We have a lot of scholarship options. So we have two scholarship options, like a direct scholarship from the IUJ, and we have some indirect scholarship as well. Like you can see here, in IUJ, we have Nakayama 100 Premium Scholarship, where there will be an exemption of your 100% tuition fee. Along with that, you will get the partial admission fee exemption, and you will also get the stipend around 100,000 yen. And then we have these Nakayama, say 100, 90, 70, 50, and 30, and you will get the exemption of your fees like 100, 90, 70, and 50, and other scholarships are there. In case of the Asian Development Bank scholarship, the student, once they complete their degree, they need to come back to India or wherever they are living. And we have this AON, JERA, and other scholarships. So if you need to more about the scholarship, you can go to the IUJ's page to see about the scholarship details further, or you can come to our booth and have my details, and I'll guide you for the scholarship. So I should say, I should mention that 80% of the international student in 2023 has received 100% scholarship. And thank you so much for having me here. I might not be able to give you all the details, but you have my details here. Click a picture and you can contact me after the event. And our booth is there outside, so I can meet you there. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you for your patience. I look forward to see you in IUJ's campus.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that enlightening presentation. Now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Dhaval Mehta, CEO, TNI Career Consulting, for his presentation, India-Japan Synergies in Education, Culture and Work. A round of applause for Mr. Mehta.
Thank you. Nice to see everyone today, and I think it's been a great pleasure to be here, and thanks to IJBC and everyone who came here today to talk about how important it is today to consider Japan as a destination. I think that in the beginning we saw a lot of talk about the history of how India and Japan have been doing things together for many years. And I personally saw that when I went to Japan, because I've been sending students and a lot of the students are there, but the attempt that I did this time in October is to see post-COVID really how many of them, what are they going through, how are they doing, and whether it was undergraduate students that I met, or I met with students who came from, who went there for masters or their PhD. They all had such positive experiences, right? They were incredible experiences. I was so happy in those 15 days to hear the stories of those students. So I think I'm going to probably start by saying that it's been a very positive experience for students to consider Japan as a destination. I personally studied in the US, and this was, back in '99. That's when I went there. I graduated in 2003, did my bachelor's, then I did my master's at Columbia University. But so when I went to that, so when I'm in the US and it's a developed nation, I see that, and I see how Japan's teaching works also. The professors are fascinating. I've seen most of the public universities or private universities having a mix of professors. So you're not going to find, it's very multicultural. So you'd find about 30-40% of the professors coming from outside of Japan who are teaching. And in the classrooms, you actually see that the interactions are brilliant. And that's something that you really want to see. I really want to see that because I thought I went to some of the best universities. But when I went to Japan and I actually saw that, I interacted with the students. Many of them, went to some of the best universities, in India. And then after that, they went there for research work. And, they stayed back and they said, I'm going to do a PhD. And I feel the support you get with the number of scholarships, and you saw a lot of the universities mentioning that. I think it's incredible to see that the support you receive with those scholarships, the cost is not much to study in Japan. And after you complete working, so Japanese is important. It's a part of the culture. If you do learn Japanese, it's going to make your life much easier. But it doesn't mean, I've seen many of them who've gone from here some of them who've had a basic knowledge of Japanese, then they've gone there and actually themselves learned more. They've put in the effort to learn more, and it has helped them, right? And we've seen students take variety of courses, so it's not just STEM focused. So if you think that only if it's engineering focused or anything to do with, Japan has courses all across. You saw that today. Whether it's a tourism course or whether you saw a course in design or whether you saw courses in technology, you're going to find all sorts of diversity there. And they're English taught programs. They're not programs that are just in Japanese. The reason of learning Japanese is partly for interaction that you have, the cultural interaction. And I think that it helps a lot. It opens you to opportunities. So I feel my presentation is going to be more focused on that. So I'll walk you through our slides, but I just want you to know that, and we have a booth outside as well, and Arman's been out there, and he's spoken to a number of students who've come across and spoken about this. But I think it's an incredible opportunity because this year, and you saw the start of this, it was spoken that there are only 1,500 students going to Japan. From the 1.3 million in India that go outside, you've got 1,400 kids going to Japan. And when I look at that number, I'm like, why is it not more? Why aren't you guys thinking about Japan as the destination? Because honestly, if you ask me, it's a gold mine, right? It's a place where you have the best of faculty. You have people who are incredibly nice. Yes, maybe, initially food might be a little bit of a challenge, right? You just have to know the right places. Really, you just have to know the right places to go. When I was talking to the students who went there, they said we went to the canteen, we saw what it is that we liked, we started cooking, we had these exchanges with other international students, right? Because the students coming from 150 other countries there. Whether you go to Tokyo, you go to Kyoto, or you go to Fukuoka, you have so many choices. And what I figured when I went this time, you can just take the train and be anywhere in 3 to 4 hours. I love that. The flight, taking the flight, sometimes when you're, going 1 hour of preparation, and then you take that flight for another hour and a half, and then you come back again, and it takes 3-4 hours. It's just, you just get to the train station. You're there, in time. The train leaves exactly on time. Everything works on time. So you could have a good work-life balance, because people really appreciate the punctuality, and they appreciate your time. So I think that's something that I've really seen, and which I've been amazed, and I feel like it's an incredible society where you get to understand their culture as well. They're very welcoming. So that's what I would say, at least from my experiences, and I can show you that from my slides. So we'll go to the next one. So this is just a slide where I'm talking about, a little bit about myself and my two co-founders, Chirag and Kevin. We started this with the idea that we wanted to make sure that we could reach out to a lot of schools and students. So we work both on the institution side and we work with the students. That's our ecosystem. And we started this in 2014 in North America, and we reached about 11,000 schools. And, coming to India right now, we've been working with universities and schools. So I've already come to MIT before. I love the place. It's a beautiful campus. You guys have something incredible. But when you're looking at masters, trust me, you're going to find the campuses there also just being as nice, right? You've heard that. The weather also is great. Most of the places, the winter might get a little bit, right, cold, but still it's not that bad. Trust me, I went to Michigan, and it was minus, with, a foot of snow. So I've lived in the worst conditions possible. And I also lived in Chicago, windy city. You go to Japan, still very nice, right? You can go to Mount Fuji, and from a distance, you can actually see a little bit snow on the peak, right? But that doesn't hit you until you actually go up till there. And it takes about a day to go up, and then, a couple of hours to come down. But there's so many destinations, even if you want to tour around, right, after. So I'll go through, and we have a great advisory board. As a matter of fact, a lot of our students who have been sent there, who are studying PhD, whether they're at University of Tokyo or at Waseda or at Kyoto, they all are very helpful. So, if we work with you or you work with us, we'll be putting you in touch with those students who've already gone there, who you can ask real questions to because they're already studying there, right? So we'll go to the next slide. So Globestar EduTech is where we work with the universities. We help them with student recruitments, international tie-ups, whether they're here or whether they're abroad. With the TNI Career Counseling is where we work with the student ecosystem. So whether it's providing career mentorship, test preparation, whether it's the application guidance piece, that's where we help. Next slide, please. So where I said I had this recent trip, right, to Japan, and I was like, why is that? We wanted to understand how our current students are doing, understand, what the mix of international students is, and also, a perspective was to understand the culture, food, what the life is, and our goal was to assess the academic offerings, their campus culture, overall sustainability for Indian students. And the initiative was a part of our strategy, to look for opportunities for students. And we felt it was incredible. Now, that's what I'm going to show on the next slide as you're moving along. Right. So this is all where we went. So I started my journey with actually going to, University of Tokyo. So I was in Tokyo. That's where I went to University of Tokyo, spent some time with a student who's a PhD student there. And he had some incredible insights for me. He was doing research work within electrical, systems. And he said, I'm working on a PhD now, because he initially came in for research work after he finished his master's. And so he said, why have I chosen this PhD here? Because I feel like I'm getting a lot of mentorship from the professor. And I know I'm going to finish this work in 3 years, right? So PhD in Japan takes only 3 years. The rest of the world is 5 years is what you're looking at. Or anywhere that you end up going, you'll end up spending about 5 years. Here, it's very proactive, right? Before you put in your application for a PhD, before someone selects you, you have to figure out what is that gap, what is the topic that you're going to focus on. And then your mentor says, okay, this is what makes sense. You apply to it, and then you get the admission process. So you will not get admission if your thesis is not right? If your gap is not there, you're not going to get the admission. So you have to work. So it's students who put in the application also don't succeed the first time. It takes some time to actually succeed to get into that PhD. When you do, then you will actually see that you'll get a lot of support and help. So one of the students had a Japanese mentor. The other student that I'm going to talk about, who's at Kyoto University, she has an Australian mentor. So, she didn't learn a lot of Japanese initially when she went in. But when she went there, she spent a little bit more time to learn. But she said, our mentor makes sure that we finish the PhD within 3 years. Right? So that means if you have to be in the lab, you finish your work, you'll sit and finish it, right? And after that, there are plenty of opportunities for you to work in the industry or in academia, both. So this is a quick video. We'll just go through it so you'll be able to see. Did you get the revised presentation? Did you get the revised presentation? Okay, so that's what you're playing, right? Okay. Is the video playing? Arman, you want to get the video separately from Prasad? What did it make you come up with new ideas? What did you feel? Understand you should come to Japan. Number one.
Yeah.
And then why?
Okay.
Did it make you question, or did it make you come up with new ideas? What did you feel? Understand you should come to Japan. Number one.
Yeah.
And then why?
Okay.
Direct PhD student or master's students here, but a few. Did it make you question, or did it make you come up with new ideas? What did you feel? Give me an understanding of what was your motivation to come to Japan. Number one.
Yeah.
And then why?
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about the campus and just a little bit about the kind of work that you're doing. What are you studying?
Studying financial econometrics, law, and Japanese.
Oh, that's a handful.
Learn more about the Japanese economics, and from a life perspective, just seeing and interacting with a different culture is very, very inspiring in a way.
Yeah, that's interesting. And so sorry about those technical issues initially, but the idea was to show you that everyone that I spoke to, and you must have seen whether it's an undergraduate student who's studying there and doing his 4 years, or if you're actually someone who is doing their master's or a PhD. And I think you saw most of the universities, the kind of fees that you're paying, anywhere between 3-5 lakh rupees to you're paying 10 lakh rupees a year at the maximum if you don't get scholarships. So the kind of life that you would actually get at a university, the education that you're actually getting, and the employment opportunities post that, they all line up to actually make Japan an exciting destination, right? And so what do we discover? Okay, so what we discovered is that students at the undergraduate, masters, and PhD are happy with their decisions. There are more masters and PhD students, of course, from India right now, and that is going to only broaden. I wouldn't be surprised to see that students can actually, once they welcome themselves to this, that the growth from this 1,400, 1,500 students will probably go up to a good 10,000 students. So very possible if students start considering that there's a lot of opportunity, to not just study in terms of the quality, but also the employment. So every student that we are seeing there, they are getting employed in companies, and the companies are very open-minded, right? So whether it's Apple, whether it's Microsoft, or whether you're looking at local Japanese companies who are actually global, they all are very open to the idea of employment for international students. Now, in terms of mobility also, if you want to come back home, you don't have those issues and constraints that maybe a US visa or someone else actually gives you. We've never seen that actually happen, right? When you're such a small contingent, they really want you to be able to go to your home, come back, right? And the flight is about 8 hours, 8.5 hours if you're taking an ANA Airlines flight, not very difficult. So, in terms of, advantages, there's just plenty. We saw that, even Japanese students, very open-minded, if you want to work with them on a project, the only one thing is you have to be more independent. You have to be someone who engages in conversation, and you'll actually find people coming back to you and talking to you. If you're going to expect that they're going to come back and first talk to you, that might not happen as much. So I've seen courses and most of them, right, these all are English taught courses. So it's not that you're going into and you have to learn Japanese all the way. I think someone spoke about this earlier also. There are these, levels of Japanese, starting from an N5 all the way to N1. And you can learn Japanese slowly and eventually get to an N1 level where you're, professionally competent. And you can do that while you're studying. So it gives you enough time, right, to do that. And then when you go to a workplace, it's better for you to have that N1 so that, you can converse and professionally and it becomes easier for you. So yes, that's one important thing. So there are courses in economics, hospitality, business, sports. I've seen, I don't think language has been such a barrier for everyone that I spoke to, and corporates are very open to hiring international students who speak. It's just you need to put in the effort yourself, right? So value is very much there. So I'll move to the next slide. These are some of our success stories because you saw some of them that were actually talking. So whether they are pursuing PhD or bachelors, we've actually seen them across the board. So we work with students across 12 different countries, but we've seen Japan as a very prominent area. At least in this cycle, we've seen a lot more students applying this cycle and wanting to go to Japan. So I'll move on. Again, advantages is world-class research. From the time you start till the time you end, you got a lot of interdisciplinary education. The cost of tuition fees is much lower than going to the US, going anywhere else. You've seen most of them talk about it. What I also observed is that a lot of international students at all the public or private universities that I visited. Most of these universities give you free Japanese lessons as well. So for the first 2 years, you'll actually see them helping you out, so you don't have to worry about it as well. And residing in sort of like Tokyo or Kyoto can be a bit expensive if you're right in the city. But even if you go out a little bit, maybe 30 minutes out, you still get cheaper accommodation if that's where you want to live. I've seen students doing that even if they're going to Tokyo University. They might not live on that campus, but they'll live probably about 20, 30 minutes away. But it's still convenient, for them to be able to, travel that much because the transportation is just incredibly good. Very safe, I must say. Extremely safe. Anytime, morning or evening, late at night, even if you're traveling, you won't have that as an issue. Yes, the only thing is taxis are super expensive. So don't expect that you're going to take a local taxi outside and be able to get anywhere or to the airport. I can just give you a quick understanding of how expensive it is to take a taxi in Japan. So if you were 50, 60 kilometers, that's how Narita Airport is from Tokyo's, the main city, you'd almost spend about 15,000 rupees to just take a taxi. So don't attempt to do that. I'm just going to say that you have to take the train. I know he's nodding there because he's there. Because I have actually seen that. See, my brother works at Sony, right? He's been there for 11 years. And even he would not take, like he's almost at the CEO level, but he doesn't actually take a taxi, even though they can. So it's just to say that. So go to the next slide. This is what I was just saying. We've got 26 million, students either in the high school area or, college, and we've seen 1.3 million students going. We've seen 1,457 students as of last year, but this year we're seeing that increase. We feel that in the next 5 years, this is going to reach about 10,000. So the earlier you think about going, the better it's going to be for you in that ecosystem. Yeah. 1.3 million, imagine going outside India every year. Okay, moving on. These are the scholarships that you saw, but we've put them down here. These are for Indian students, whether you're looking at the Kyoto City International Foundation or the Hyogo International Association or the Asia Fukuoka. So there's a lot of scholarships that you're going to find. This is just one piece of it. If you go to the next one, the next slide, that's got a ton of them here, right? So if you want to take a quick picture, you can take it, and you feel like there's a whole lot of scholarships that we can actually tell you about. And I know universities have some specific scholarships also, right? And then in addition to this, if we move to the next slide, there's again some information that JASO has, and they've got some scholarships as well. So yeah, you're going to find a lot of scholarships that are being given out. You just have to know them. You have to like be able to reach out. That's where we come to help you out in terms of services. I'll move to the next. That's how we help students, is choosing their English taught programs and regions that fit your budget, interactions with Japanese university students, alumni and representatives, mixed and other scholarships, research and the university applications, understanding the Japanese culture, language, career support, visa requirements, and work opportunities. So with that, I kind of end, and it's lovely to have talking to you guys, and if you have any questions, please go ahead. I think I have a couple of minutes. Any questions? Anyone has any questions? I don't know if you have a mic, you'll have to come here and talk maybe. Do you have a mic? No. Anyone have any questions that I can address? No? We're good? Very quiet audience, yeah. All right. Thank you. Lovely talking to you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mehta, for that intriguing presentation. I'm pretty sure the students learned a lot. For our last guest today, I would like to invite Mr. Kazunori Sasaki, Senior Manager, University of Tokyo, India Office, Delhi, for his presentation. A round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Kazunori Sasaki.
So, can I use this? Yeah. Okay. So, hello everyone remaining. Yeah, actually, it became a long day, doesn't it? I'm Kazunori Sasaki from University of Tokyo in the office. Thank you very much for inviting me to such a meaningful event and for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Since I'm the last speaker today, I will not only introduce the University of Tokyo, but also talk about why it can be University of Tokyo can be considered as a representative of University of Japan. Okay. The University of Tokyo, established in 1877, is the oldest and largest national university in Japan. It has 3 main campuses in the Tokyo metropolitan area and enrolls 27,368 students. The ratio of undergraduate to graduate student is almost equal, with each group comprising just over 13,000 students. And there are nearly 5,000 international students. The University of Tokyo is a comprehensive university with 10 faculties and 15 graduate schools. It is also a research university, attracting top-level students and faculty in Japan and training leaders in various fields to support the nation, to support Japan. Okay. Over the past 146 years since its establishment, the university has produced 451,653 graduates, including 30 Nobel laureates, 16 prime ministers, and 5 astronauts. Many graduates have become president of leading companies, university professors, or bureaucrats in central government agencies. The current ambassador of Japan to India in India is also an alumnus of University of Tokyo. In India, talented individuals often seek opportunities abroad or high-paying jobs in multinational companies. However, University of Tokyo alumni tend to prefer challenging and vital positions that may not be glamorous or highly paid, but are crucial for the nation. This prioritization of national prosperity over personal success is characteristic of the Japanese mindset. Okay? Thus, the University of Tokyo is highly esteemed both domestically and internationally. While its overall ranking points are 85.3, its research strength scores full marks, comparable to top universities in the US and UK. Particularly in engineering and other specific fields, the university leads the world with its cutting-edge research and facilities. Studying in these fields at the University of Tokyo will undoubtedly establish you as a world-recognized expert. Okay, now let's watch a video that highlights the university's various fields of excellence. So please play the video. Nine. Close this window and maybe you need to. No. This. Yeah, just click here.
New social systems are created by integrating humanity's diverse accumulation of knowledge, spanning the ages and all manner of places. Here are some examples. Research into an optical lattice clock that deviates only 1 second every 30 billion years. This ultra-precise clock can detect the delay in time caused by very small differences in gravitational energy. Scholars researching Buddhist scriptures with a 2,000-year history are creating a database of Asia's vast wealth of Buddhist knowledge. Research into functional, beautiful artificial legs will make it possible for the human body and its synthetic parts to become perfectly synchronized. But these are only a few examples of excellent research going on at the University of Tokyo. The University of Tokyo was founded 140 years ago as Japan's first national university. Today, it comprises campuses in Tokyo and the Chiba area, along with labs and research forests across Japan. 3 campuses are central to education and research: Hongo, Komaba, and Kashiwa. The Hongo campus is the main setting for specialized education and research. Traditions dating back to the university's early days and cutting-edge research coexist on this campus. At this instant, world-class research across diverse fields is going on at the University of Tokyo. Transcending disciplines and even time, and reaching across borders between East and West, diversity of knowledge yields synergies that enable a yet higher level of excellence. The University of Tokyo will take the lead in proposing a new social system, collaborating with people from all walks of life, taking a long-term perspective as only a university can. Partnerships with the private sector are one form of this approach. In fields such as artificial intelligence and sports science, we have already set foot on the path to collaboration.
Stop. And back to the presentation, PPT. Yeah, thank you. Yes, there are so many fields, or we excel within the world. Why can the University of Tokyo achieve unique research results in so many fields? The answer lies in the unique academic culture of Japan, blending Eastern and Western knowledge. Originally, the University of Tokyo was established about 150 years ago to quickly adapt advanced Western civilization. Let's watch the next video for more insight. Again, please go to video. Yeah, maybe here. No? Oh, so here, maybe here or something. Okay, you see? So please go to, proceed to that archery scene. No? Proceed. No, Yeah, okay. Okay.
You want to take it back?
Yeah, no. Proceed.
The University of Tokyo will take the lead in proposing a new social system, collaborating with people from all walks of life, taking a law sports science. We have already set foot on the path to collaboration. Garden. Statues of educators from overseas can be found in various areas of the Sanshiro Pond, named after a novel by The Path to Collaboration.
Okay, this is Japanese traditional archery.
Sanshiro Pond, named after a novel by Natsume Soseki, dates back to when the present site was a feudal lord's residential garden. Statues of educators from overseas can be found in various areas of the campus. They are professors who were invited to teach at the university early in its history. The university did not simply imitate or transplant Western civilization. Instead, the University of Tokyo reorganized the most advanced contemporary thought and technology, incorporating them into a unique academic framework. For example, the University of Tokyo recognized engineering as an academic discipline and was the first to incorporate it into formal university education. Mathematics teaching at the Faculty of Engineering became the cornerstone of an education to instill individuals with advanced cognitive and technical skills.
Change PPT. Thank you. Okay, as mentioned in the video, Japanese people did not just imitate Western academics and technology. Instead, they integrated these with their own, Japanese, Japanese own 1,000-year-old culture to create new field of study. Engineering, combining mathematics, physics, psychology, and craftsmanship, is a prime example of this synthesis. Another example is marketing, a field of management, which is said to have origins in Japan. Okay. The famous management scholar Philip Kotler once quoted Peter Drucker, illustrating the Japanese approach to merging Eastern and Western knowledge, rapidly developing a unique culture. Okay. Philip Kotler says, quote, Peter Drucker thinks marketing first arose in the 17th century and in Japan, not in the West. We are the origin. Okay. The University of Tokyo's library still houses books from all over the world collected during that era. Let's watch a short video about the library. Again. Yes.
Each University of Tokyo campus has its own main library, along with specialized libraries dedicated to each faculty and institute. The libraries are a trove of over 9.4 million volumes, from basic to specialized titles, as well as rare books, including national treasures. At the heart of this network is the Hongo campus's General Library. Renovations here are underway, and a new wing is being added to the facility.
Yeah, thank you. That's it. Please close this video. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, Japanese scholars translated foreign academic works into Japanese, thoroughly understanding and adapting them. This enables the development of new research field in Japanese. The ability to handle Western culture in Japanese facilitated the integration of foreign and Japanese cultures, creating something unique. Conversely, the Japanese language is well suited to incorporating foreign cultures. I strongly recommend those considering studying in Japan to learn Japanese language. Knowing Japanese will allow you access to a wide range of knowledge from all over the world. While English programs are increasing, not engaging with Japanese written knowledge means missing out on half of what Japan has to offer. Japanese language is a key asset for the Japanese people. Okay? Since the sentence structure of Indian languages, like Hindi, is similar to Japanese, for you Indians, learning to speak Japanese is not so difficult. Once you can speak, reading and writing will follow. I really encourage you to start studying with interest. Okay? Returning to the topic of University of Tokyo, it was originally established to train personnel to support Japan and to invigorate academic research by incorporating foreign cultures. Historically, there weren't many international students. But to improve this situation, the University of Tokyo has recently taken various measures to attract more international students. Okay. The University of Tokyo offers 3 programs for international students. That is, those are English medium degree program, this one, and exchange program, okay, and short-term programs. The most common are the English medium degree programs, which, as you can see, include only 2 undergraduate courses. See these red characters, okay? For undergraduate student, we offer only 2 programs. Okay, so they are the 2 programs for undergraduate student. Okay, these are the peak liberal arts program and GCS chemistry transfer program. Okay, they are only 2 English program offered by University of Tokyo for undergraduate student. Of course, other than that, there are many courses in Japanese for Japanese students, but these require very, very high Japanese proficiency, making them impractical for most foreigners. Okay. On the other hand, many graduate programs can be completed entirely in English. Even in non-English programs, basic conversational Japanese is usually enough to enroll. For those seeking a degree from the University of Tokyo, starting at the graduate level is advisable. It is best to enroll in another Japanese university for undergraduate study and learn Japanese in preparation for graduate studies. Okay. Additionally, the university offers short-term study and internship opportunities for foreign students not seeking degrees. Exchange programs with partner schools are also available. If you are interested in these short-term programs, please contact the University of Tokyo in the office. Okay. I will skip this. Okay, lastly, the University of Tokyo India office, located in Delhi, acts as a gateway not only for the University of Tokyo, but also for other Japanese universities looking to welcome students from India. One of our main activities is hosting free public webinars every second and fourth Saturday on the month from 3 p.m. for about an hour and a half. 3 to 4 Japanese universities present themselves in that webinar. It's valuable source of information for those interested in studying in Japan. The next webinar is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Please note that prior registration is required. Okay. Also, our office YouTube channel stores webinar recordings and other videos like scholarship information. So please refer to these and subscribe. You can access the channel via a displayed QR code. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay, that brings us to the penultimate stage of the conference. I would like to invite Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, VP Industrial Relations, Indo-Japan Business Council Director, Nanobiz India Private Limited, for a closing note and vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I mean, everyone can be counted definitely here. So without taking any further time, we are already delayed by 1 hour 30 minutes. But I think we have a wonderful second Indo-Japan education conference. There are a lot of interesting sessions, a lot of interesting learnings. Even every time I am a part of this Indo-Japan education conference, and every lecture I get to learn something new, which I can tell to many of my colleagues or any students that I meet during my day-to-day life. I'm also a student with one of the Japanese university, Keio University. I'm doing PhD from Keio University, and it's really wonderful. And one thing that I think one of the speakers mentioned, that they will push you to ensure that you are doing your PhD in 3 years. So the ecosystem is built in a way where you are going to win. There is no way that you will be losing out. So without taking further of your time, we would like to thank definitely Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai. They wholeheartedly support our initiatives. Japan Foundation for helping us organize this event. Also, one of the biggest thanks goes to MITWPU University, Dr. Karad, Dr. Ravi Chitnis, Dr. Priti Joshi, Dr. Nirupama. All of them have helped us a lot to ensure that this second India-Japan Business Education Conference is a success. Other than that, I would like to thank all our speakers, our India-Japan Business Council's Executive Committee, all our members, Mr. Sudhir Jaiswal, who is chairman of our Higher Education Research Committee, our advisors of Higher Education Research Committee, for organizing and ensuring that we had wonderful speaker lineup for this particular event. We would also like to thank our PR partner, as well as everyone who is working here, our audiovisual partners, backstage partners, everyone who has worked for wonderful advertisements outside. So I would like to thank each and everyone who is associated with this particular event, and without them, it is not a success story. So once again, thanking each and everyone, and if I fail to recognize anyone, it's just that I am unable to remember at this point in time, but our heartfelt thanks to each and everyone for this program. Thank you.
And we must thank Abhishek. He's the man behind this entire program. His hard work was amazing. Thank you, Abhishek.
Dear all, thank you for your patience. Now we officially conclude the event. Good evening. Kombawa.